There was something off about the new house on Elm Street. I had only moved in a week ago, but every night felt heavier, as if the house itself was pushing me down in my bed, suffocating me slowly as I slept. The air was thick with an unsettling quiet, interrupted only by the occasional creaks of old wooden floorboards. One night, I woke up to a sound, a faint tapping, rhythmic but not consistent. It seemed to be coming from the attic. At first, I thought it might be the wind blowing a tree branch, brushing against the roof, but the sound was too precise, too intentional. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap, pause. It was as if someone or something was counting. I stayed frozen under my blanket, straining to hear more. The tapping continued for what felt like hours before it abruptly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. I tried to convince myself it was just the old house settling. Houses make noises, don't they? The next day, I mentioned it to my neighbor, Mrs. Cartwright. She was an older woman who had lived on Elm Street for decades. The expression on her face darkened when I told her about the sound, and that it was coming from the attic. "You shouldn't go poking around in that attic," she said firmly. "Some doors are better left closed." That only made me more curious. That night, when the tapping returned, I decided I had to see for myself. Armed with a flashlight, I climbed the creaky stairs leading to the attic. The air grew colder the closer I got, and the tapping grew louder. When I pushed open the attic door, the smell hit me first. Something sour and old, like rotting wood. My flashlight beam swept across dusty furniture and forgotten boxes until it landed on a figure in the corner. At first I thought it was a mannequin, the way it stood so still. But then it moved, turning its head slowly towards me. Its eyes were sunken, and its skin was stretched too tightly over its face, like a mask that didn't quite fit. In its hand was a glove that had metal knives attached to each of the fingers. This is what was tapping against the wall. "What are you doing here?" I stammered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. It didn't answer. It just stared at me, unblinking. Then it smiled, revealing teeth that were too sharp for a human mouth. Upon closer inspection, his face looked burned. He had a dirty brown hat and a red and green sweater. I backed away slowly, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The figure began to step forward, the tapping replaced by a screeching sound, like metal contacting metal, in a sick way. I stumbled out of the attic, slamming the door behind me. I ran out of the house, got in the car, and ran. I found a diner that was still open, and I got a seat. The green neon lights were visible from my seat, illuminating the parking lot. There were a few other tables with people eating as well. I suddenly felt a lot safer. "What'll it be, hun?" the waitress said. "I'll take a coffee, please." I still felt a sense of creepy, but everything seemed fine so far. Even though I was drinking coffee, though, I was feeling tired. I suddenly woke up in the diner, but it was abandoned. The bright green light was now dark red outside. All the lights were off in the restaurant, and it looked like it had been abandoned for years. What happened? I looked around the condemned restaurant, and I saw him. The figure I had seen in the attic was now blocking the front door, tapping his finger knives on a table. Out of nowhere, he ran full speed at me. I was scared, and I slipped. I fell backwards and hit the back of my head on the table. I woke up in my car, parked on the side of the road. I guess I had never actually been to the diner at all. It was all just a dream, I think. I was having trouble figuring out what was real and what was a dream. Did I really see someone when I went up to the attic? I didn't want to take a chance. I called the moving company and packed my things. I didn't care how much it would cost. I needed to leave. I packed everything up really quick. As I was loading the last of my boxes onto the truck, though, I glanced back at the house. The attic window was open, and the burned man stood there, watching me. He raised a glove with 4 blades attached, waving slowly, that eerie smile on his face. I didn't stay to see what he would do next. As the moving truck pulled away, I felt a heavy weight lift from my chest, but deep down, I knew I would never forget that smile, or the sound of tapping and scraping. There was something strange about my new house on Elm Street. I'd moved in a week ago, drawn in by the low rent and beautiful exterior. But I was starting to feel like something was wrong with the place. Something I couldn't explain. It all started with the dreams. Every night, I'd find myself in the same place. A long, dimly lit hallway lined with doors. Each door was slightly open, and behind them, faint sounds of a kid's song echoed. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. At the end of the hallway stood a figure, tall and still, blended in with the shadow at the very end of the hallway. The only thing I could see were the whites of his eyes in the darkness looking right at me. He would suddenly start chasing me. I tried to run away from him. The hallway continued to stretch no matter how far I ran. I would wake up gasping just before the man swung at me with his claw hand. I brushed the nightmares off as moving stress. New places had their quirks, right? But when I mentioned the dreams to my neighbor, her face turned pale. "You're staying in that house?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. "What's wrong with it?" I asked, forcing a laugh. She hesitated, then said, "It's nothing. Just old rumors." She wouldn't meet my eyes after that, like she knew something that I should know, and she wasn't telling me. That night, I tried to stay awake. Coffee, TV, and pacing the creaky hardwood floor. Anything to avoid the hallway. But sleep always found me. The hallway was darker this time. The whispers were louder, more insistent. The figure was faster this time. I really felt like he was trying to kill me, and I felt like I could have actually died. I woke up covered in sweat. The clock read 3:15, but I wasn't alone. There was a sound, a faint scratching sound. It was coming from inside the house. I grabbed my phone and crept into the hallway. The metal scraping sound grew louder, which led me to the basement door. I'd barely touched the handle when the scratching stopped suddenly. Silence swallowed the house. My heart was beating so hard as I slowly opened the door. The basement stairs disappeared into darkness, but at the bottom, I saw it, a faint glow, like a flickering candlelight. I walked down the stairs very cautiously. My breathing was shallow, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. At the bottom of the stairs, I froze. The glow wasn't from the candles. It was from carvings of human faces in the walls, hundreds of them. Names etched below their faces, the faces glowing faintly as if it were alive. And that's when I saw him. The man from my dreams stood in the corner, ugly, dirty, scratching a metal pipe with his steel claws, his shadow stretching unnaturally across the room, his head tilted when he looked at me.
"Why are you here?"
it asked. I couldn't answer. My legs were locked into place. My body was trembling like I was out in the cold.
"You don't belong here,"
it said.
"Don't come back or you will pay."
I turned and bolted up the stairs, slamming the door behind me. I didn't stop until I was outside. my feet pounding the pavement as I ran down Elm Street, away from that house. The next day, I woke up in my last apartment like I had never moved. Had I dreamt the entire thing? I remembered the address. I had to see for myself, and drove to the house. When I got to the house, the lot was empty, overgrown with weeds, as if no one had lived there for years. I still dream about the hallway sometimes. The man is always there, waiting, and I hear the whispers of my name from the open doors. I found out that man was Fred Krueger, a child killer in Springwood. He had killed all the family of people related to his horrible death, but after his death, it was worse. From eyewitness accounts, he stalked people in their dreams. However, he did not have the power to take my soul because I was not from Springwood and had nothing to do with anything there. Neither did my family. Lucky me, I guess. It was one of those nights when the air felt alive, the kind of oppressive humidity that clung to your skin and made the hairs on the back of your neck stand at attention. I had just clocked out from the graveyard shift at the Springwood gas station, a job I hated but couldn't afford to quit. The fluorescent lights buzzed above me as I walked to my car, their hum almost drowning out the distant rumble of thunder. Almost. A storm was coming, and I wanted to be home before it hit. But as I turned to head to my car, I saw him. A man, standing under the flickering street lamp across the parking lot. He wasn't moving, just standing there, too still. He was wearing a fedora, the brim shadowing his face, and a tattered red and green sweater that clung to him like a second skin. Something about him felt wrong. But I wasn't interested in sticking around to find out what that was. I hurried to my car, throwing nervous glances over my shoulder. He was still there, but now it felt like he was watching me. The storm clouds rolled in faster than I expected, the first drops of rain splattering my windshield as I turned the key. I wouldn't feel safe until I was at least halfway down the street. I started driving. And that's when the radio cut out. I tried to mess with the settings, but all I got was static. Then, through the crackling, came a sound that chilled me to the bone. Laughter, low and deep. All it said was,
"Gonna get you."
I looked in the rearview mirror and was out of sight of the gas station. I told myself it was just my imagination. I was tired and jumpy from the creepy guy outside the gas station. That was all. I took a deep breath, shaking it off, and kept driving. But then the streetlights started going out, one by one, as if something was following me, knocking the lights out as it passed. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. A power outage, maybe. Usually, though, a power outage would make everything go out at once. This was different. Then, the storm came. The rain picked up, sheets of water slamming against my windshield. I could barely see a foot in front of me, but I didn't dare stop. Something primal inside me screamed to keep going. And that's when I saw it, or rather, him, again. He was standing in the middle of the road, hat tilted, head cocked, as if he was daring me to keep coming towards him. I slammed on the brakes, my car skidding on the wet asphalt. When I came to a stop, he was gone. Just gone. I gripped my wheel, trying to catch my breath. Then, tap, tap, tap on the driver's side window nearly made me jump out of my skin. I turned, half expecting to see the man from the gas station. Instead, the window was fogged, and there was nothing there but the rain streaking down the glass. Then the tapping came again, this time on the passenger side. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed at me just to drive, but I couldn't help it. My head turned, slow and reluctant, and there he was, sitting in the passenger seat, his face still hidden beneath the brim of his hat. But his smile, oh God, that smile, too wide, too sharp, and filled with a joyful hate.
Nice night for a drive,
he said, his voice a gravelly mockery of normalcy. I didn't wait for him to say more. I instinctively hit the gas, taking my eyes off of him, swerving wildly as if I was going to throw him out of the passenger door. I was having a hard time keeping control of the car because of the slick roads. When I glanced back, though, the passenger seat was empty again. But I didn't dare stop. I just kept driving, faster and faster, until I finally saw the flicker of my apartment building's neon sign in the distance. I practically threw myself out of the car, not even bothering to lock the doors. I just wanted to be inside, safe and away from whatever was out there. But as I reached my door, I froze. There, carved deep in the wood, there were 3 words that hadn't been there before. Sweet dreams, Freddy. I didn't sleep that night. I don't sleep much at all anymore, because every time I close my eyes, he's waiting, and no matter how far I run, I know he'll find me. They say nightmares can't hurt you, but I'm not sure anymore. It was a late shift kind of night, and I was the only one working at the pizza place in my town. I just received an order for delivery to a destination in a remote location in town, according to the map. So it was the last order of the night, and I was ready to get this over with so I could close up and go home. There was no tip for this order. Usually, on a late night like this, you take a risk of either not getting a tip or a big one because drunk people tip too well. However, the order was on the outskirts of town, so it'll probably be nothing. I hesitated, but ultimately decided to go through with the delivery. I guess I have to since it's my job and all. There was also a pretty nasty storm outside I'd have to deal with as well. As I drove down the winding, muddy road to the destination, the storm raged on. Lightning lit up the sky, and the wind howled through the trees. I could barely see my way through it, and I had my windshield wipers on full blast. Let me just get through this one, and I'm done. When I finally arrived, I knocked on the door and waited for a response, but there was none. I knocked again, but there was still no answer. I called out to the customer, but there was no response. I was about to turn and leave when the door suddenly swung open. A figure emerged from the darkness, their face obscured by the shadows. They grabbed the pizza from my hands and threw a wad of cash at me, telling me to leave and never come back. Well, that's fine. I got the cash. I turned around to go to the car, and I heard a loud scream from a woman coming from the house. My heart was beating faster as I looked at the house. I saw the window curtain move, and saw a glowing pair of eyes looking right at me. I moved faster towards my car when the front door opened. 2 men in masks came bursting out of the house and started chasing me. I fled back to my car, heart racing. I got into the car and quickly started it. As I drove away, I couldn't calm down. I was freaking out. What were those guys doing in the cabin? And why did they seem so eager to get rid of me? I never returned to that cabin. I quit delivering pizza after that. I finally took a chance and enrolled in college. I guess I was procrastinating, and almost losing my life got me to finally do it. I'm almost done with my senior year now, and I'm going to be a graphic designer. The memory of that night still haunts me to this day. I will never have to deliver a pizza again. Good luck out there, pizza delivery brothers and sisters. It was a dark and stormy night. The kind of night that made you want to curl up with a good book and forget the world outside. But for me, the storm was just another obstacle to overcome on my nightly rounds as a pizza delivery driver. I don't make much, but a job is a job. I have to do it, rain or shine. I was in my car and had a few deliveries. As I drove through the deserted streets, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The wind howled like a pack of wolves, and the rain beat against my windshield like 1,000 tiny fists. The sound was eerie, but I just drowned it out with some loud music. I delivered my first order with no issues. I got the cash tip and moved on. I pulled up to my next delivery, a small house at the edge of town. I grabbed the pizza box and walked up to the front door, the rain drenching me to the bone. I should have worn a rain jacket, but whatever. I knocked on the door. There was no answer. I knocked again. Still no response. I was about to turn around and leave when I saw the door open slightly and heard a faint whisper, "Come in." I hesitated for a moment, but I was committed to delivering this pizza and getting out of there. I slowly opened the door and stepped inside. The house was dark and musty, the air thick with the smell of mold and decay. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear something moving in the shadows. I called out, "Hello? I have a pizza delivery for this address." There was no response, but I could feel eyes watching me, and I began to feel increasingly uneasy and turned to leave when a voice whispered in my ear,
You're not going anywhere.
I spun around, but no one was there. I tried to run, but something grabbed me from behind that pulled me in a dark room to the side of the entrance I just came in. As I struggled to break free, I could feel hands clawing on my skin, tearing away my clothes. I screamed for help, but no one came. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by a sickly green light. I could see that I was surrounded by people, but they weren't human. They were like humans, but something was wrong with them. They had twisted faces with razor-sharp teeth. One of these monsters spoke, its voice like 1,000 snakes hissing in unison.
Welcome to our world, Pizza Boy. We've been waiting for you.
I tried to fight back, but I was hopelessly outnumbered. The monster swarmed around me, tearing at my flesh and feasting on my blood. As my consciousness began to fade, I heard the monsters whispering to each other.
This is the best Pizza Boy we've ever tasted.
When the police found my car the next morning, it was empty, except for a pizza box sitting on the passenger seat, untouched. They looked in the house and didn't find anything. To this day, no one knows what happened to me, or why my pizza delivery went so horribly wrong. But that's not actually how it ended. I woke up in the hospital. I had bite marks all over my body. The doctor saw me awake and yelled for his staff. They all circled around me at the hospital bed. I asked what happened. I thought I had died. The doctor said that I had driven myself to the hospital in my car and told the staff what happened. When I was put in the hospital bed, I passed out. I had dreamt that I was murdered, but in actuality, I escaped and saved myself. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug. The hospital called the police when I came in. They responded to that house and found 10 cannibals living there. They were definitely trying to eat me. I somehow managed to break free though, jumped out of a window, and got away in my car. I wish I could say that the company took care of me after that incident, but they didn't. To my delivery drivers, when delivering pizza, don't go in the house. Just wait outside for the customer to come out, or you might be the tasty treat instead of the pizza. It was another late night shift, and I was out delivering pizzas for the local pizza place. It was very cold, and the snow was starting to come down pretty hard. There was a solar eclipse that was supposed to happen soon, as if anyone cares. I personally don't. As I drove through the howling wind and the thick snow, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. I had heard rumors from other drivers about strange occurrences happening on the job, but I never really believed them until now. As I approached my next delivery, the address seemed to be in the middle of nowhere. The only light came from a single porch light that flickered in the wind. I parked my car and took a deep breath before making my way to the door. When I knocked, the door slowly creaked open. A strange smell wafted out, one that I couldn't quite place. It was a mixture of decay and something sweet. I called out, "Pizza delivery," but there was no answer. I stepped inside and called out again. Still, no answer. The only sound I could hear was the sound of my own breathing and the creaking of the old house. I cautiously made my way down the dark hallway, the floorboards creaking under my feet. As I turned a corner, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. In the middle of the room was a table, covered in strange symbols and candles. At the center of the table was a box, but it was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was made of some kind of dark, leathery material, and was covered in strange symbols. I took a step closer, my curiosity getting the better of me. Suddenly, the candles burst to life, illuminating the room with an eerie glow. Surprised, I stumbled backwards, my heart racing. That's when I heard it, a soft whispering voice that seemed to come from all around me. It was a language that I couldn't understand, and I didn't get the feeling that it was friendly. I realized then that I had stumbled upon something I was never meant to see. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me inside. The symbols on the table began to glow, and the smell of the air grew stronger. It was the smell of death, decay, and something else, something I couldn't quite identify. In the flickering candlelight, I could see something moving in the shadows. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but when I saw it clearly, it was a figure, hunched over and crawling towards me. Its limbs twisted and deformed. I tried to scream, but my voice was caught in my throat. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move as the figure drew closer and closer. I knew then that I was going to die. But just as it was about to reach me, the candles flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. The figure let out a blood-curdling scream and grabbed me by the neck. It poured a liquid down my throat. I spit it out and resisted. It tasted like blood. Was this really happening? I don't remember much after that. I must have passed out or something. All I know is that when I woke up, I was back in my car, with no memory how I got there. I woke up with some strange liquid around my mouth and on my shirt, like I threw up. My stomach did hurt though. And then I thought about what happened. Something was forcing me to drink blood. Whose blood was that? I also had one hell of a headache. I looked up in the sky, and the solar eclipse was about to happen. That's when something burst out of my stomach. There was blood everywhere. The creature that had just burst out of my stomach looked right at me. At this point, I was going to die. I just lost a ton of blood. So I just held this creature in my arms and fell asleep. Since that night, I have never been able to look at pizza the same way again. Whenever I deliver to a strange or remote location, I always feel like something's watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I don't know what kind of dark magic or evil I stumbled upon that night, but I do know one thing. It's not something I ever want to experience again. I bought the tape recorder at a yard sale for $5. The guy selling it looked relieved to see someone interested. "Still works," he muttered, not meeting my eyes. "Just don't record anything too long." That should have been my first red flag. But it was vintage. One of those old school recorders with big red buttons and a worn leather case. I figured it might be a cool addition to my office. Maybe use it for notes or spooky ambient effects for my short films. The first time I tested it, I recorded myself saying, "Testing, 1, 2, 3. Then I played it back. I heard exactly that, followed by a soft, static hiss. Nothing weird. Old electronics tend to hum or buzz. But the second time I used it, after a long, frustrating day at work, I vented a bit. Just rambled to myself in the dark, talking about how tired I was, how fake my coworkers were, how I sometimes wished I could just disappear and never be found. I paused, then rewound, then hit play. "I'm so tired of pretending," my voice said. Expected. "I hate how they smile like I matter," it continued. "I should just vanish." I froze. I never said that last part. I chalked it up to memory. Maybe I had said it. Maybe I was too zoned out to realize it. Still, something about the voice in the recording felt off. Like it was me, but just slightly misaligned. Like hearing your voice echo through a long metal tunnel. I didn't use the recorder for a few days after that, but curiosity has a way of pulling you back. The next time I heard it, I asked a direct question into the mic. "What do you want?" Silence. Then I hit playback. "What do you want?" Static hiss. Then my voice replied, but I swear I didn't say it. "To be remembered. To be let out." I dropped the recorder. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about how the voice had sounded more desperate, more alive. The next morning, I took the batteries out, wrapped the thing in a towel, and shoved it in the closet. But at 3:14 a.m., I heard it. A click, a rewinding, and a play. The sound of my own voice echoed from the closet, muffled but clear. "Let me out. I'm still in here." I burned it the next day, poured lighter fluid on the towel-wrapped recorder, and lit it in the alley behind my building. I swear I heard it scream. That's the only way I can describe it. Not the recorder, the fire. It screamed like something was alive inside, thrashing and wailing as the plastic bubbled and melted. Then silence. I moved apartments after that, threw out everything that had ever been near the recorder, started fresh. But it didn't matter, because now every night I hear it again, soft static, like a recording playing on a loop. Sometimes, just beneath the hiss, I hear my own voice. It still works. Sometimes, I hear one I don't recognize. And last night, it asked, "Can I use your voice this time?" There's a bus stop at the edge of town that nobody uses after dark. Not anymore. They say if you wait there past 12:33 a.m., a stranger will show up. At first, you might think it's just another late-night commuter. Except, they don't move, don't speak, don't blink. The only rule is, don't blink first. If you do, well, that's when you vanish. No one is seen again who blinks first. Most people think it's just a ghost story. Some urban legend parents tell their kids to stay off the streets at night. But I've always had a thing for urban legends. I run a YouTube channel that investigates this kind of stuff, and figured this one would be perfect, especially since nobody had posted a real video about it yet. So I packed up my tripod, set up my camera, and headed there alone at 12:15 a.m. When I got there, the bus stop looked normal enough. Dim streetlight overhead, cracked bench, faded route schedule nobody had updated for years. I set up my camera across the street and angled it just right so it would capture the bench, me, and the surrounding sidewalk. Then I waited. 12:25, nothing. 12:30, still nothing. 12:33 a.m. That's when I felt it. Like the air thickened. Everything got heavier. Even the shadows seemed darker. Sound faded away. No distant cars. No wind through the trees. Not even the buzz of the street lamps. I looked to my right, and there he was. A man in a long coat, standing about 20 feet away. Thin, still, like he had been there the whole time, but I hadn't noticed. His face was pale, almost too pale, like paper. His eyes wide open, unblinking. I stared. He stared back. I thought it was some prank, maybe someone who had seen my channel and decided to mess with me. But I didn't blink. Neither did he. My eyes started to sting, and tears welled up. But I would not blink. I watched his head tilt tightly, very slowly. His arms never moved. His expression never changed. He was so still. He looked like part of the background. Except, for some reason, he was getting closer. Not walking, just closer. I blinked once. Reflex. Just a twitch. He was now standing on the street. Another blink. Another blink. I couldn't help myself anymore. He was on the sidewalk. I panicked and turned to grab my gear, but my camera was gone. Everything. Tripod, bag, backup battery, gone. Like I never brought it. I turned back. He was at the bench, right beside me. I don't even know when I started to run, but I found myself running in a full sprint down the street, heart slamming in my chest. I didn't stop until I got home. Locked the door, closed every curtain, sat in the bathtub, shaking for hours. I was thankful that I got away, but I was afraid to close my eyes. Blinking is one thing, but closing them fully made me think that he was going to get me. I sat in that bathtub for a long time. I must have fallen asleep, because when I woke up, my eyelids were closed. I opened them and saw the man standing over my bathtub, staring at me, not blinking. I used to collect weird things on the internet. Obscure VHS tapes, haunted dolls, cursed PDFs. Yeah, that's a thing. I even had a cursed Furby once. Nothing ever really worked, of course. It was just for the aesthetic. Creepy core content gets clicks. Then I found the Smile auction. It was a hidden site. Not quite dark web, but close. A minimal black background. No branding. No flashy buttons. Just one listing at a time. I only ever saw one auction. It was titled, One Authentic Human Smile, Separated and Preserved. There was no image, just a description. Harvested from a donor who no longer required it, still brimming with joy, energy, and memorability. Will leave an impression wherever worn. Do not discard. Do not return. At first, I thought it was a joke, some edgy art project. So naturally, I bid. I won. 3 days later, it arrived. No return address. No branding. Just a plain black box with a silver wax seal shaped like an open mouth. Inside was a vacuum-sealed pouch. Inside the pouch was a smile. Just a smile. No lips, no face. Just a perfect crescent of slightly yellow teeth and gums, like someone had surgically removed a grin and shrink-wrapped it. I almost threw up, but morbid curiosity won again. The smile felt warm, somehow happy, almost like it was still alive. I told myself it was probably just silicone or some prosthetic, maybe a viral marketing stunt, maybe a twisted prank. Then I looked in the mirror, and it was already on my face. I didn't feel it attach. 1 second I was holding it, the next, it was mine. I screamed, but my reflection didn't. I tried to cry, but the smile didn't move. It was stuck, permanent, wide, gleaming. It looked like a taxidermy version of myself, some grotesque replica of joy. When I went outside, people started staring. Not in a that guy's creepy kind of way, in a mesmerized way. People would stop mid-sentence just to watch me walk by. A barista handed me a free coffee. A cop waved at me while I drove through a red light. Everyone smiled back, but not a real smile. The same smile. I started seeing it everywhere. On neighbors, strangers, even in ads and commercials on TV. My smile on their faces, and they'd stare at me like they recognized their owner. I tried pulling it off. It bled. I tried burning it. It wouldn't burn. Now at night, I hear someone outside my door. Sometimes I hear more than one. They don't knock. They don't speak. They just stand there, smiling. And last night, a note slid under my door. You still have it? We still need it. Let us back in. I've barricaded the windows, deleted every account. I burned the box, but the smile won't go. I just want to stop smiling, but I can't. If you ever see a listing for an authentic smile, don't bid, unless you're ready to wear it forever. Hey, Spooky Sooner here. I hope you like the different style of stories that I told this time. These are called Weird Mysteries. So, stuff we have to look forward to: Creepy Roommate Stories Part 2, Yandere Stories. I haven't done that in a while, so I'll get you a new set of stories. And I'm gonna try some Reddit stories that I create that aren't real, but I'm gonna act like they're real. So that's all coming up. If you like what you're hearing, like, share, subscribe, and leave me some comments. Let me know what you like, what you don't like, I look forward to seeing you guys again. Till then, stay spooky. But it was vintage. It was vintage. Seriously, chirp, chirp, chirp. His arms never moved. His arms never moved. Every time I blinked, even for a fraction of a second, he'd be a step nearer. Well, that's weird because he's not blinking. Okay, anyways, scratch every time I blinked. I don't even. That was 3 nights ago. I haven't slept since. Not because I'm afraid of what I saw, but because I did find a tape of that night from the camera that I thought I had set up. I found it on the counter, sitting by itself. When I reviewed it, there was a new recording. It showed me sitting at the bus stop, not moving, not blinking, and someone else is behind the camera, recording. I don't like the way that ends. Alright, let's start with sat at the bathtub shaking for hours. Just a plain black box with a silver wax seal. Excuse me. Jessica was the kind of girl that could make anyone feel special. With her warm smile and magnetic energy, she had an uncanny ability to make people feel seen. When she met Daniel at a mutual friend's party, it felt like fate. He was charming, confident, and made her laugh like no one else. Jessica fell fast, and she fell hard. At first, Daniel was flattered by her attention. She texted him good morning every day, sent him cute videos to cheer him up during those long work days, and never missed an opportunity to plan romantic surprises. He thought he'd hit the jackpot, but as the weeks turned into months, her affection began to feel like a vice tightening its grip around his life. Jessica had a habit of showing up uninvited. Once, Daniel found her sitting on his couch when he came home from work. She had let herself in with a key she had duplicated without his knowledge. She was waiting with a homemade dinner and a beautiful smile. "I just wanted to surprise you," she said. "You're always so busy. I thought this would make you happy." At first, Daniel tried to brush it off, but soon her surprises escalated. She would track his location through his phone and show up wherever he was, whether he was at the gym, a restaurant, or a work meeting. When he asked her how she always seemed to know where he was, she just laughed. "You post everything online," she said. "I'm just paying attention." But Daniel hadn't posted anything for weeks. Jessica's obsession deepened. She started befriending his friends, showing up at their gatherings without an invite. She even tried to charm his family, baking cookies for his mom and sending his sister expensive gifts. When Daniel brought up how uncomfortable it made him, her smile vanished. "Why are you pushing me away?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I thought you loved me. Don't you see how much I'm doing for you?" He tried to set boundaries, but Jessica had a way of twisting his words until he felt like the bad guy. She began to cry at the slightest disagreement, accusing him of not appreciating her efforts. Soon, Daniel found himself walking on eggshells, afraid of triggering another meltdown. One day, Daniel came home to find Jessica in his bedroom. She was sitting on the bed, holding a shoebox filled with old letters and photographs from his ex-girlfriend. Her eyes were red, cheeks streaked with tears. "Why do you still have these?" she demanded, her voice shaking with anger. "I'm not enough for you?" Daniel tried to explain that they were just mementos from the past, but Jessica wasn't listening. She dumped the contents of the box onto the floor and lit a match. Flames devoured the letters, the photographs, and any hope Daniel had of salvaging the relationship. When Daniel finally ended things, Jessica didn't take it well. She flooded his phone with messages, alternating between apologies and threats. She showed up at his workplace, screaming that he was a liar and a cheater. But when he blocked her number and deactivated his social media, she started emailing him from anonymous accounts, sending long, rambling messages about how he had ruined her life. The situation escalated quickly. One night, Daniel realized his car was vandalized. The windshield was shattered, and the words, "You will regret this," were spray painted across the hood. He called the police, but without proof that Jessica was behind it, there was little they could do. Daniel started sleeping with a bat by his bed, but even that couldn't prepare him for what was coming. It was a quiet night when it happened. Daniel was asleep when the sound of shattering glass jolted him awake. His room was thick with the smell of smoke and flames. He grabbed his phone and stumbled towards the door, but the heat was unbearable. As he reached the handle, he saw her. Jessica stood outside the window, her face illuminated by the firelight. She was wearing a black hoodie, her eyes wild with a mix of rage and something that looked disturbingly like love. In her hand, she held a crowbar. "Jessica!" he screamed. "What are you doing?" She didn't answer. Instead, she smashed the window, letting more air feed the fire. Daniel had no chance but to run through the flames, his skin searing as he made his way to the front door. He burst outside, coughing and gasping for air, only to look up and see Jessica waiting there for him. In her hand was an axe. "You can't leave me," she said, her voice eerily calm. "If I can't have you, no one can." Jessica loomed over him, raising the axe high above her head. The last thing Daniel saw was her face, a twisted mask of love and madness as the axe came down. And then there was darkness. Emma was the kind of girlfriend who always seemed too good to be true. She remembered all the little things, how he liked his coffee, the songs he hummed when he was stressed, even the way he moved his eyebrows when he was deep in thought. At first, it felt like she really saw him, understood him, but soon, her behavior became invasive. She would show up at the gym when he was working out, claiming she just happened to be in the area. If he went out with his friends, she'd call him at least twice, pretending to check in, but her tone always carried a hint of suspicion. "I just wanted to make sure you were safe," she'd say, her voice sweet but laced with an edge that made Matt uneasy. One night, he came home to find Emma sitting on his couch. He hadn't given her a key, but somehow she was there, holding a framed photo of him and his college friends. "You've changed so much," she said, her eyes bleeding with unshed tears. "I want to be the one that knows you better than anyone." Matt's stomach twisted. He told himself it was harmless, just Emma being Emma, but her presence began to feel like a shadow, always lingering, always watching. Things escalated when Emma started showing up at his workplace. She'd sit in the parking lot for hours, waiting for him to come out. His coworkers began to whisper about the clingy girlfriend, and Matt couldn't shake the embarrassment. When he confronted her about it, she just smiled, her eyes wide with innocence. "I miss you so much when you're gone. Don't you miss me?" He tried to set boundaries. He explained that he needed space, time for himself, but Emma nodded, her face calm, but her eyes told a different story. "You don't need space," she said softly. "You need me." Matt woke to a strange sound, a soft humming coming from outside the window. He peered through the blinds and froze. Emma was standing in his backyard, holding a candle, her silhouette flickering in the dim light. "I just wanted to see you." "This isn't normal, Emma," Matt said, his voice trembling. "You can't keep doing this. This is not healthy, for either of us." Her face crumbled, and for a moment, he thought she might understand. But instead her tears turned to laughter, soft, eerie, and entirely out of place. "You think you can live without me?" she asked, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "You'll see. You'll see how much you need me." A week later, Matt came home to find his apartment trashed. His clothes were shredded, his furniture overturned, and the walls were covered in red spray paint. "We are forever." He called the police, but Emma denied everything. "I'd never do something like that," she said sweetly when they questioned her. "Matt must be confused. Maybe he has enemies." Matt blocked her number, deleted his social media, and started staying with a friend to feel safe. But Emma wasn't deterred. She sent him handwritten letters, slid under the door of his friend's apartment. The messages were disturbingly romantic, detailing how they'd grow old together, how she'd never let anyone take him away from her. One letter included a photo, a picture of him sleeping, taken through the window of his friend's home. The breaking point came on a cold winter night. Matt was driving home late, exhausted from a long day of work. His headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty road ahead. Suddenly, he saw her, standing in the middle of the street, arms outstretched, her face hidden by the hood of her coat. He slammed on the brakes, his car skidding to a stop just inches from her. His heart pounded as he jumped out, yelling, "Emma! What the hell are you doing?" She didn't respond. Instead, she pulled a knife from her pocket, her face illuminated by the bright glow of the headlights. "I'm here to save us," she said, her voice calm. "If we can't be together in this life, we'll find each other in the next." Matt backed away, his hands shaking. He tried to reason with her, to keep her talking while he reached for his phone. But Emma was faster. She lunged at him, the blade glinting in the light. He fought her off, managing to knock the knife from her hand. She fell to the ground, sobbing, screaming that she loved him, that she couldn't live without him. Police arrived moments later, alerted by a witness who had seen everything. Emma was taken into custody, her screams echoing into the cold night air. Even as she was dragged away, her eyes stayed locked on Matt, filled with a terrifying mixture of love and hatred. "You'll never be free of me," she whispered. Matt moved to a new city, changed his name, and tried to rebuild his life. But every night, he locks his doors, checks his windows, and is haunted by the memory of Emma's eyes and that fear of one day she might find him again. Angela had a way of making Trevor feel like he was the only person in the world. When they first started dating, her attention was intoxicating. She remembered every little thing that he said, showing up with his favorite coffee, or surprising him with tickets to events he had only mentioned in passing. It felt like true love, pure, undivided, and absolute. But as weeks turned to months, Trevor began to notice that Angela's attentiveness was not just love, it was surveillance. It started subtly. She asked for his location just to make sure that he got home safe. Then she insisted he share his location on his phone permanently. "It's just for emergencies," she said, with a smile that didn't quite seem genuine. Soon, Her questions about his day became interrogations. Who were you texting at lunch? I saw you smiling at your phone. Why did you stay 5 minutes at the gym longer than usual? Trevor tried to laugh it off, chalking it up to her insecurity. But one night, as he came home from a late work meeting, he found Angela sitting in her car outside his apartment, engine running, headlights off. I just wanted to make sure you got home okay, she said, stepping out of the car as though nothing was strange. That was when the dread began to settle in. Angela became a shadow in his life, always a step behind him. She showed up at his office just to drop off lunch, but always lingered long enough to chat with his colleagues. When he confronted her, she acted hurt. I'm only trying to be a part of your life, she'd say. Isn't that what love's about? But her presence was suffocating. She started posting pictures of them online, pictures Trevor didn't even know she'd taken. One day, he saw a photo of himself asleep on her couch with the caption, My forever love. Trevor's unease grew. He tried to create distance, spending more time with his friends. But Angela would always find a way to wedge herself into his plans. She'd show up unexpectedly, or flood his phone with texts until he gave in and invited her. When he finally told her he needed space, her demeanor shifted. Space, she echoed, her eyes narrowing. Why would you need space from someone who loves you so much? It wasn't long before the incident started. One morning, Trevor woke up to find his car covered in sticky notes. Each one was scribbled with a different message. I love you. You're mine. We belong together. When he first saw it, he was very concerned. Then he found Angela watching him from behind a tree. Do you like it? She asked, stepping out of the shadows. Angela, this is insane. You can't keep doing this. But I just wanted to show you how much you mean to me. He blocked her number, hoping it would give him peace, but Angela found other ways to reach him. She sent flowers to his office with handwritten letters. She would leave notes at the gym for him, and she even cornered his landlord to ask for a spare key in case of emergencies. The final straw came when Trevor came home to find his apartment door open. Inside, the walls were covered in photos of him, some of their time together, others that must have been taken without his knowledge. There were even pictures of him asleep in his own bed. He packed a bag and left that night, staying with a friend until he could figure out what to do. But Angela's obsession did not stop. She began posting cryptic messages online, tagging him in posts saying things like, "You can run, but you can't hide," and "We're meant to be together forever." Trevor ignored the messages and didn't reply, but it only seemed to escalate her behavior. One night, as he laid awake in his friend's spare room, he heard the faint tapping of the window. His stomach dropped when he saw Angela's face pressed against the glass. "You can't ignore me forever, Trevor," she whispered, her breath fogging the glass. He called the police, but by the time they arrived, she was gone. The weeks that followed were a nightmare. Trevor moved to a new apartment in a different part of town, but Angela somehow found him. She left notes on his door, put pictures of him in his mailbox, and even carved his name into the hood of his new car. The final confrontation came one stormy night. Trevor woke up to the sound of his door creaking open. Heart pounding, he grabbed a baseball bat from under the bed and crept into the living room. There she was, standing in the dark, her knife glinting in her hand from the ambient light outside. "I told you we'd be together forever," she said, her voice eerily calm. Trevor raised the bat, his hands trembling. "Angela, put the knife down. You don't have to do this." But I do, she said, stepping closer. I need to show you how much I love you, and I want you to love me back. He swung the bat just as she lunged, knocking the knife out of her hand. When the police arrived, they found Trevor sitting on the floor, shaking, with Angela unconscious beside him, the knife laid inches from her hand. It was finally over, but the scars of her obsession would remain with him forever. What's the limit on love? When is it too much? And when is it scary? It was a quiet Sunday night, and I was finishing up a paper due the next day. The new semester had just started, and with it came a new roommate. Her name was Chloe, and she seemed nice enough during our brief introduction earlier that week. She kept mostly to herself, spending long hours in her room with the door shut, and I appreciated her low-maintenance demeanor. That night, I was seated at my desk when I heard the faint sound of whispering. At first, I thought Chloe was on the phone, but as I listened closer, it didn't sound like a conversation. It was more like a mumbling, low, continuous, and barely audible. I shrugged it off, thinking it might be a habit of hers, and continued typing. By the time I was ready to go to bed, the whispers had stopped. The apartment was quiet again, except for the occasional creak of the building settling. As I climbed into bed, I felt a slight unease I couldn't quite place, but I fell asleep easy enough. Sometime in the middle of the night, though, something woke me up from a noise. A soft, deliberate knock. 3 sharp taps, spaced evenly apart. My heart rate started to increase as I sat up in bed, trying to pinpoint where the sound had come from. My bedroom door was closed, and when I strained to listen, the apartment was eerily silent again. I hesitated before getting up and opening my door. The hallway light was off, but Chloe's room was slightly open. A sliver of light spilled into the dark hallway. I stepped closer, about to call her name, when I heard it again. Whispering. This time, it was clearer, louder. It wasn't just one voice. It sounded like 2 or 3, all speaking in hushed tones. "Chloe," I called softly, my voice trembling. The whisper stopped immediately. The sudden silence was more unsettling than the sound itself. I stepped closer to the door, pushing it open slowly. Her room was dimly lit by a small desk lamp, and she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, facing the wall. She didn't turn back to look at me. "Chloe, are you okay?" I asked again, my voice barely above a whisper. I asked again, very quietly, as if not to disturb her. She finally turned her head, just enough for me to see her profile. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and unblinking. "They don't like you," she said flatly. "What? Who doesn't like me?" She didn't respond. Instead, she turned her back to the wall and resumed her whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but it was fast and rhythmic, like she was reciting something. I backed out of her room, shutting the door quietly. My hands were shaking. I didn't sleep much that night, but by the time morning came, I had convinced myself that it wasn't that weird, and maybe overlook it. Maybe she was talking to herself in her sleep, or practicing a script for her class. I tried to act normal when I saw her the next day, but she barely acknowledged me. Over the next week, things got worse. The knocking happened almost every night, always 3 taps. The whispers grew louder, sometimes accompanied by faint scratching sounds, like nails on wood. When I confronted Chloe about it, she just smiled and said, "It's best if you don't ask." The final straw came a week later. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find her standing in the corner of my room, staring at me. Chloe, what are you doing? I managed to say, under duress. They told me to watch you, she said, her voice calm and determined. I grabbed my phone and got out of the room as quick as I could, locking myself in the bathroom. I called campus security and waited in the bathroom until they arrived. When they came, Chloe was sitting calmly at the kitchen table, humming to herself. She didn't resist when they escorted her out. One of the officers pulled me aside and told me they had found disturbing things in her room. Pages of strange symbols, a makeshift shrine with burned candles, and a list of names, with mine at the top. Chloe was taken away for evaluation, and I never saw her again. I moved out the next day, unable to live in that dorm room anymore, worried that she might come back one day to finish what she started. To this day, I don't know what she was whispering about or who they were, but sometimes, late at night, I still hear faint knocks and wonder if Chloe was right. Maybe it's best not to ask. When I first moved to my new place, I was thrilled. The apartment had a cozy charm to it. Wooden floors, tall windows that let in the morning light, and a small but functional kitchen. The only downside was that I had to share it with someone to afford the rent. His name was Ethan, and he seemed normal enough when we met for the initial walkthrough. A little quiet, but polite. He didn't make much eye contact, but I figured he was just shy. At first, living with Ethan was fine. He kept to himself, staying in his room most of the time. And when we did interact, he was friendly enough. But as the days turned to weeks, I began to notice some peculiar habits. Ethan never cooked. I mean, never. The kitchen stayed as pristine as the day I moved in, and yet, sometimes I'd hear clinking noises in the middle of the night, like silverware tapping against a plate. I'd get up and check, but by the time I reached the kitchen, the lights would be off, and everything was spotless. Too spotless, actually. The counters were always wiped down to a critical shine, as if Ethan was scrubbing away any evidence of something. Then there was a smell, a faint metallic tang that wafted out from under Ethan's door every few nights. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was a distinct smell, like when you cut your finger. When I asked him about it, he would just shrug and mumble something about burning incense. He said it helps him sleep, his eyes darting away from me like a nervous kid caught sneaking candy. Things escalated one weekend when I decided to do some deep cleaning in the shared spaces. Ethan was out, and I thought I tackled the weird squeaking sound coming from under the fridge. As I started to pull things out from under the fridge, I nearly gagged. Lying there, partially hidden by dust and grime, was a small pile of teeth. Human teeth. Some were yellowed. Others were stark white. My stomach churned as I grabbed a glove and a plastic bag to scoop them up. When Ethan came back that evening, I confronted him, held up the bag, trembling. "What the hell is this?" He froze, his face going pale. For a moment, he looked genuinely scared, but then his expression hardened. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said flatly. "Maybe you should mind your own business." The way he said it, calm, deliberate, made my skin crawl. After that, I started locking my bedroom door at night. I'd hear him moving around at odd hours, the soft creak of floorboards just outside my room, the faint scrape of something metallic against wood. One night, I woke up to the unmistakable sound of my doorknob jiggling. My heart pounded as I stared at the shadow under the door. After a few tense seconds, the jingling stopped, and I heard his footsteps retreating down the hall. I knew I couldn't stay there, but breaking a lease wasn't easy. I decided to bide my time while looking for another place, avoiding Ethan as much as possible. Then, one evening, while scrolling through the local news, I saw a mugshot that chilled me to the bone. It was him. The headline read, "Local man wanted for suspicion of abduction." My hand shook as I read the article. The police were searching for him in connection with a missing person, a young woman who hadn't been seen in weeks. Her last known location, an apartment complex 2 blocks from ours. I didn't know what to do. Calling the police felt like an obvious choice, but I was terrified of what Ethan might do if he found out. That night, I packed a bag and decided to sleep in my car. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard Ethan's door creak open. He was standing there in the dim light, holding something small and shiny in his hand. "Going somewhere?" he asked. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was locked inside my car with the engine running. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw Ethan standing at the apartment entrance, watching me with a blank expression. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything. The officers went back and raided the apartment. They found Ethan hiding in a crawl space, along with a box of disturbing mementos from his previous victims. The missing woman wasn't among them, but the evidence was enough to put him away for good. I've since moved to a new place, living alone this time. I've installed extra locks and even a security camera, but every now and then, I'll hear a soft clink in the night, and my heart will race, wondering if I'll truly feel safe again. There was something unsettling about my new roommate, Clara. She was perfectly polite, always smiled at the right times, and kept the apartment neat. But there was an edge to her that I couldn't explain. Her presence felt heavy, like the room changed when she walked into it. At first, it was the little things. I'd hear a faint humming coming from her room late at night. It was a beautiful sound, but it was kind of creepy, and it always made the hair on my arm stand straight up. When you asked her about it, she'd laugh softly and say, "Oh, that's just a song my grandmother used to sing." One evening, I came home to find the apartment quieter than usual. Clara was usually hanging out at this time, but she wasn't. I called her name, but there was no response. Against my better judgment, I pushed her door open to take a peek. Her room was perfect. Too perfect. Everything was perfectly aligned. The bed was made without any wrinkles. Books stacked perfectly in alphabetical order with precision, and not a speck of dust anywhere in the room. But there was something on her desk. A small wooden box. It was open, and inside were strands of hair, neatly braided and labeled with tags. My stomach churned as I read the tags. Oliver, March 2024. Jenna, June 2023. Daniel, September 2022. There were at least a dozen names like that. Just then, I heard the front door click shut. I was so scared I froze in place. Clara's soft humming drifted through the apartment as her footsteps drew closer to the room. Panicking, I closed the box and slipped out of her room as quietly as I could, retreating to mine and locking the door behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing her move around the apartment, humming that eerie tune. It was almost like she was pacing outside my door, waiting. I swear I heard the handle, like somebody was trying to open it. The next morning, I confronted her about it. "Clara, what's that box in your room?" She looked at me differently this time. It wasn't her usual pleasant expression, but a more serious one. "Oh, just memories," she said lightly. "I like to keep a piece of everyone who's been important to me. You know, to remember them." I didn't know what to say. Every instinct told me to run, but her calmness, the way she just smiled at me, kept me rooted in place. Even though her calm demeanor was keeping me at ease, I thought about the situation. I decided I was going to pack my things and leave that night, but I didn't get the chance. I woke up around midnight to the sound of her humming again, but this time it was inside my room. She was standing at the foot of my bed, her head tilted, with a large pair of scissors in her hand. "You're important to me too," she whispered, her voice like a lullaby. "I need to make sure I'll remember you." I don't remember much after that. Just the feeling of her cold fingers brushing against my hair and my own scream echoing in the dark. When I woke up, Clara was gone. So was a piece of my hair and the wooden box on her desk. Not knowing what to do, I grabbed my things and left the apartment. I still hear her humming sometimes though, soft and distant, like she's waiting for me to forget. But what is she gonna do with my hair and everybody else's that was in the box? Is she a witch? Is she gonna put a curse on me? These are some of the silly things that I thought about. Not sure why somebody would do such a weird thing. But she's out there. Who knows what she's up to? If the roommate that you have loves to hum, I would consider moving out. Good luck. I was hiking alone that day. Just needed to clear my head. Work had been rough, and I thought getting lost in nature for a few hours would help reset my mind. I wasn't planning on doing anything crazy. Just a quick walk. Stretch my legs. Breathe some air that didn't come through a vent. The trail was quiet. Peaceful, really. Just birdsong and the occasional rustle in the brush. It felt good. At some point, I noticed a narrow side path. Overgrown, but still there. I don't know why I took it. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was something else. Either way, I stepped off the marked trail and into the woods. That's when things started to change. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. The trees looked older here, twisted, like they'd been growing without light for too long. The sunlight barely made it through, and everything started to feel colder. At this point, I couldn't even hear any birds. I eventually realized that I was lost. Every direction looked the same. My phone had no signal. I tried doubling back, but the path behind me was gone, swallowed by the underbrush like it had never been there at all. That's when I found the first symbol, a bundle of twigs tied together in a strange shape, hanging from a low branch right at my eye level. I thought it might be some forest art, or maybe someone's idea of a joke, but then I saw another, and another, different shapes, different spots. They seemed to all be watching me. And then I started hearing things. Not animals, not wind. It was like whispering, just low enough that I couldn't make out the words. Every time I stopped walking, it stopped too. Every time I moved, it followed. As night started falling, I found what looked like a small circle of stones, deliberate, arranged. I stepped around it carefully, not wanting to disturb whatever it was. That's when I heard the footsteps behind me. Heavy ones. Not a deer, not a raccoon. Something else. Something following. I turned, and no one was there. My heart was racing. I started to jog. Every tree looked the same. My breathing was ragged and sharp, and the forest felt like it was getting tighter around me. Then I tripped. Went down hard. When I sat up, there was a figure standing just inside the tree line. Not moving. No features. Just a silhouette. I blinked, and it was gone. At that moment, I stopped trying to find my way out and just ran. I didn't care which direction. I just needed distance. I don't even remember how long I ran, but my legs were burning, and my throat was raw from gasping. I finally saw a dim orange glow in the distance, like a campfire. I sprinted towards it, stumbling into a small campsite with an old tent and a cold fire pit, but there was no one there. I saw my own name carved into the bark of a tree nearby. I hadn't been there before. I couldn't have. I stayed in that clearing until sunrise, huddled by the dead fire, watching the trees, waiting for something else to move. When I finally made it back to the trail the next day, scratched, muddy, and barely holding it together, it felt like I had been gone for days. When I looked at my phone, it said I had only been out there for a few hours. I don't know what's out there, but something was watching me, leading me. If you ever hike alone and see a path that doesn't look like it's meant to be there, don't take it. Because some trails aren't for people, and some forests don't want you to leave. Sarah was used to hiking alone. She had done this trail more times than she could count, and even though the weather looked like it might turn, she figured she could get a quick out and back before the sunset. She parked near the edge of the forest, zipped up her rain jacket, and set out. About 2 miles in, the air shifted. It wasn't raining yet, but the sky had turned the color of old bruises, deep purples and grays, hanging low over the tree line. The woods had gone quiet. No birds, no insects, just the sound of her boots pressing into wet leaves and the occasional crack of branches above, swaying in the wind. That's when the lightning hit. It wasn't close, but it was loud. So loud, it made her ears ring. A split-second flash lit up the trail, and then, just ahead, a massive pine came crashing down, blocking the path. Sarah stopped cold. She waited for the ringing to fade, and then she turned around to head back. But something felt different. The trail didn't look the same. The trees on either side seemed thicker now, closer. She walked in what she thought was the direction she came from, but after 10 minutes, she realized that she hadn't seen the small wooden footbridge that was there before. She was going in circles. The storm finally broke overhead. Rain came fast and hard, soaking her clothes and making the trail slick and unstable. Her phone had no signal. The battery was already low. Typical. As the darkness crept in, Sarah's nerves started to fray. The forest, which had once felt familiar and calming, now felt like it was closing in. Every rustle in the underbrush made her turn. Every snap of a twig had her reaching for the small pocket knife in her jacket. She kept telling herself it was just a deer, maybe a raccoon, but the feeling in her gut said otherwise. She kept moving. hoping to stumble onto something, anything. And that's when she heard it. A growl. Low, close. She spun around and saw 2 glowing dots just beyond the edge of her flashlight beam. It looked like eyes. They didn't blink. They didn't move. Just watched. Then a step and another. Branches crunching. Closer. Sarah ran. She didn't think, just moved. Slipping on wet leaves, slamming into trees she couldn't see until they were right in front of her. The growling grew louder, faster. She could hear it breathing now. Labored, animalistic, but not quite right. Too deep, too angry. Her legs burned. Her lungs felt like they were tearing open, but still, she ran. And then, light. Faint flickering through the trees. A lantern? A fire? She didn't care. She barreled towards it, branches slashing her arms, rain stinging her face. She burst through the tree line, into a clearing, and collapsed in the mud, gasping for air. Voices surrounded her. A group of hikers. Real people. One of them knelt beside her. "Are you okay?" "We heard someone screaming." She wanted to speak, but she was choked up. She just nodded. Behind her, the woods stood still. No eyes, no sound, just the trees. Sarah never found that trail that she was on again. The down tree was never reported, and the eyes, whatever they belonged to, never showed themselves again. But she's always paranoid that she's being watched from somewhere in the woods. Jane wasn't planning on going far, just a short solo hike to clear her mind. She had read about the woods online. Dense, remote, quiet. A good place to get away. She didn't pay much attention to the warnings. Articles about strange disappearances. The signs at the trailhead that urged people not to go off trail alone. She figured those were more for dramatic effect than real concern. The air was still when she started. Maybe too still. A couple hours in, she realized the path had gradually disappeared beneath her. She had followed what looked like a worn side trail, but made by a deer or something, and somehow ended up surrounded by trees that all looked the same. Her phone had already died. No signal out here anyways, and the sun was starting to fade behind the hills. That's when the unease started to creep in. It wasn't just the cold or the fact that she was lost. It was the silence. An unnatural silence. Like the forest itself was holding its breath. She kept walking, hoping she would find a landmark or a clearing. But the deeper she went, the more wrong everything felt. Trees grew at strange angles. Some looked blackened, almost burned, like they had caught on fire. Others had pieces of clothing tied around their trunks, faded scarves, torn shirts. One had a shoe hanging from a branch. After a while, Jane tried not to look at any of it, and that's when she saw some slight movement to the side of her vision. Quick, just a flicker of something behind the trees. When she turned, nothing was there. She tried to stay calm. She told herself it was just shadows from the moonlight. Just then, a twig snapped behind her. She spun around. Still nothing. Her heart was pounding now, her breath shallow. She started to pick up her pace, feet slipping on the damp forest floor. The shadows seemed to stretch with every step that she took. It was getting darker, quieter. She felt it before she saw it. A hand, cold and firm, gripping her shoulder from behind. She screamed, turned sharply, but again, There was nothing, just the forest. But something was wrong. Her surroundings had changed. The trees seemed tighter now, closer. She couldn't remember the last time she saw a bird or heard another animal. Then she heard the whisper, not loud, just enough to freeze her in place. It came from every direction at once. Her name, spoken low and long, like someone tried to remind her she didn't belong here. Jane. She didn't know how long she stood there. It could have been seconds. It could have been hours. At some point, she shut her eyes and started to pray. Not even a religious one, just a desperate plea. Please, someone, get me out of here. When she opened her eyes again, there was a faint glow in the distance. She didn't think, she ran. Branches tearing her arms and legs, breath ragged and panicked, until she stumbled into a clearing. There were people, campers, staring at her with wide eyes. They said they heard her screaming, that she sounded close, but no one could find her until she broke through the tree line. They helped her get back and get some food, and charged her phone for her. Once she got home, an unsettling thought kept her up that night. She was so lucky to be rescued, but who were they? Who were those people that were camping? How did she miraculously find somebody out in the middle of nowhere? When she checked her GPS history the next day, the last recorded location was miles from where the campers had found her, deep in a section of the forest that, according to the Park Service, had been closed for years. She looked through the old newspapers of that area. There had been many reports of missing people there. She stumbled upon a picture, a headline saying, "Missing hikers never found." It was a picture of the people that helped her. Jane doesn't like to hike anymore, especially not in a forest that whispers to her. I used to work the late shift at a truck stop diner off Highway 71, just past a small town in Kansas that barely shows up on any map. It was the kind of place where truckers stopped for bad coffee and pie at 3 a.m., and most locals avoided after dark. I lived about 40 minutes away. My drive home was always the same. One long stretch of empty road, a few cornfields, no streetlights, just headlights and black sky. One night after a double shift, I was completely wiped. I grabbed a coffee to go and hit the road like usual. I was about halfway home when I noticed something strange. There was a car behind me. No big deal at first, until I realized it had no headlights on. It was keeping pace with me, way too close for comfort, and every time I sped up or slowed down, so did the car. I rolled down my window and tried to wave them off, but they weren't listening. It was just this dark car tailing me in silence. No lights, no plates that I could see. I started getting anxious, checking my rear view mirror every couple of seconds, and that's when I noticed it. Someone was sitting in my backseat, just barely visible, like a shadow with eyes, pale eyes that didn't blink. I freaked. I swerved to the side of the road, jumped out, and nearly lost my footing in the gravel. When I got my composure, I opened the back door, ready to swing at anything that came. But no one was there. The car behind me, it was gone. I stood there shaking in the middle of nowhere, wondering if I was hallucinating from a lack of sleep. When I looked at my rearview mirror from outside the car, there was a single bloody fingerprint smudged across it, right where the face had been. I cleaned it off, convinced myself I imagined it, and got back in. I drove straight home, locked every door, and didn't sleep that night. I didn't tell anyone. But then a week later, I was scrolling through Reddit and I saw this post from a guy in Missouri. He described the same thing. A car with no headlights, someone sitting in his back seat. The only difference was he looked in the mirror too long. He said the man in the mirror smiled at him. Some people in the comments said that it was a hoax and he needed to stop playing around or he would get banned from the thread. But a few others claimed that it happened to them too, all in the Midwest. Late night drives, isolated roads, a figure that only appears in the mirror. They call him the Mirror Man. Some say he's a ghost of someone who died hitchhiking. Others say he's something else. Something that rides with people when they're alone, tired, and vulnerable. One thing they all say: never stare into your rearview mirror if you feel like you're being followed. And if you see something in the back seat, don't pull over, don't look, just keep driving. And pray you get to your destination before something happens. It was supposed to be a quick stop on our road trip. My girlfriend and I were driving cross country last summer, hitting up national parks and cheap roadside attractions. Somewhere near Arizona, we started falling behind schedule and needed a place to crash. Nothing fancy, just a bed and a working AC. That's when we found the Interstate Inn. It wasn't on Google Maps. It just showed up as a blinking vacancy sign off the highway. Old school neon, faded yellow paint, maybe 5 or 6 rooms total. It looked like it hadn't been touched since the 80s. But we were tired and figured we'd deal with it for one night. When we got to the window, the clerk was acting very strange. He barely looked up when we walked over to him. He just slid us the key labeled room 237. I asked if it was a reference to The Shining, and he just stared at me. He didn't laugh. He didn't blink. I guess you can't make everybody laugh. So we parked the car, grabbed our bags, and went to the room. Right away, something felt off. The room was too clean. Like freshly bleached clean. And it smelled like pennies. The lights flickered when we turned them on. And the old box TV was only playing static. I couldn't get it fixed with those old rabbit ears. My girlfriend didn't want to stay, but we were exhausted. We agreed to nap for a few hours and leave by dawn. Unfortunately, we didn't sleep through the night. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. My girlfriend wasn't in bed. I heard the shower running, so I got up to check. But when I opened the bathroom door, the lights were off. The mirror was fogged, and there was no one inside. Just water running in the tub. Red water. I flipped on the light, and the entire tub was filled with something dark. I swear I saw something move just under the surface, like a hand. This was starting to freak me out. I was blinking my eyes to see if it went away. Maybe I was in a dream, but it was still there. I turned around to call for my girlfriend, and then I saw her standing in the front door right behind me, completely dry. She said she had been outside looking for her phone and couldn't find it. Not knowing what to do or what was going on, we packed up immediately and ran out of there, straight for the front desk. The clerk was gone. The office was empty, dusty, like no one had been there for years. When we got back on the highway, I searched for the hotel online again. Nothing. No listings. No photos. No address. When we passed through the town on our way back, we made a point to look for it. But it wasn't there. Just a dirt lot and a broken sign frame with no legible lettering. I don't know where we stayed that night. I don't know what was in the bathtub, but my girlfriend had a mark on her ankle for weeks, like something grabbed her and didn't want to let her go. People online talk about phantom motels, buildings that exist for only one night, or for certain travelers. Some say they try to trap souls of tired and desperate travelers. All I know is this: if a hotel isn't on any map, keep driving, because if you check into room 237, you might not check out. There was a neighborhood near where I grew up, not far from Route 18. Real quiet place. Tree-lined streets, kids playing outside, sprinklers in the summer, that kind of thing. Pretty normal. But every summer, for as long as anyone can remember, the ice cream truck would come rolling through just after sundown. Not in the daytime like usual. Always just after sunset. It was always playing the same music, slow and warped, like it was filled with water or something. It was a little off-key, the kind of melody that made your stomach twist. And the truck itself looked ancient. Rust on the wheel wells, faded paint, the old kind with that creepy cartoon clown on the side. But the lights always worked. That neon ice cream sign would grow bright pink no matter what. Nobody ever saw the driver. The window would slide open when a kid walked up, and a hand, a pale, veiny, almost skeletal hand, would reach out and hand over an ice cream. No money exchanged, no change, just whatever treat you asked for, you got. For some reason, it always had everything you asked for, and that was part of the problem. The truck knew what you wanted, even if you didn't say it. I never went personally, but I only heard about it. My parents told me not to, and I didn't ask why. It was just one of those we don't talk about that kind of rules. But one summer, a new family had moved in at the end of the street. They had a kid named Ethan. Nice kid, always outside riding his bike. One evening, right after dusk, the ice cream truck came. I remember Ethan looking excited. I watched him from my porch. He waved at me and ran towards the truck, which had stopped on the corner. That creepy jingle echoing down the street like it was underwater. Sadly, he never came back. All of us kids thought he had just gone home. His parents thought he was playing with us. After a while, everyone realized he was missing. We never saw him again. The police searched. Helicopters, dogs. They even questioned everyone in the neighborhood. Nothing. Nobody knew anything. All they knew is the story of the ice cream truck. When the police checked the security footage from nearby gas stations, the ice cream truck wasn't on any of it. Not one camera picked it up. But here's the creepiest part. The next night, the truck came back, slower this time. It stopped in front of Ethan's house, played a jingle, and then drove off again. And in the window, taped to the glass, was a faded photograph, grainy and old, like it came from a Polaroid. It was Ethan, only he looked different. He was more pale, like he hadn't seen the sun for years. Some say the truck is only looking for people in neighborhoods that don't know about the ice cream truck, where the parents don't warn their kids. Others say it needs one child every summer to keep going, like it's feeding off of them. Nobody ever caught the driver, Nobody ever saw where the truck came from or where it went, and they never saw the truck again in that neighborhood. It must have gotten what it wanted. If you hear ice cream music just after dark, when it's a little too late for popsicles and push pops, don't go near it, because you never know when it's you that'll be on the menu. I'd only babysat once before. This was my first real job, and doing it alone. No backup, no older cousin helping me out. Just me, a Friday night, and a sleeping 1-year-old in a nice house near La Mesa. The parents were friendly, a little overprotective, but that's understandable. I made sure I had their Wi-Fi password, snacks in the kitchen, and a number to call if I needed anything. They also showed me the baby monitor, one of those video ones with night vision. Just keep an eye on her, the mom said. She sleeps through the night. If you see anything, check right away. It sounded easy. The baby went down around 8. I set the monitor on the coffee table, grabbed some chips, and started scrolling through TikTok with the TV low in the background. Around 9:45, I glanced at the monitor. The baby was asleep, curled up with a stuffed bunny. The room looked calm. Nothing weird. At least, not at first. When I looked closer, my stomach dropped. There was someone else in the room. Someone tall, standing perfectly still beside the crib. The figure wasn't moving. I couldn't make any of its features out. It just looked like a shadow, frozen there, like it had been there the whole time, never moving. I froze. I told myself it must be a glitch. Maybe the monitor was lagging. Maybe it was some kind of reflection. But when I leaned closer, the figure's head tilted, just slightly, enough to know it wasn't a glitch. I didn't even think. I ran upstairs, heart slamming against my ribs. I burst into the nursery, lights on, with the monitor clutched like a weapon. The room was empty. The baby was sound asleep, breathing soft and steady. No one was there. I let out a shaky laugh. I was convincing myself, it's fine. It must have been a glitch. But when I looked back down at the monitor in my hand, the figure was still there, standing right beside me. I took a babysitting job last summer, mostly because I needed extra cash and the family seemed nice enough. They lived in this old 2-story house on the edge of town. One of those places with creaky stairs, narrow hallways, and wallpaper that looked like it hadn't been changed since the 70s. The parents were heading out for a late dinner and told me their 2 kids, Emma, 8, and Caleb, 6, would probably fall asleep early. Easy money, right? Just as they were about to leave, Emma tugged on my sleeve. She looked dead serious. Don't open the basement door. I laughed, thinking it was some kind of game. I said, why not? She didn't smile. Caleb shook his head behind her. The last babysitter did. Mom brushed it all off with a laugh, saying, oh, they like to tell spooky stories. And then they were out the door, just like that. No explanation. What's up with the basement? Are you serious? So I figured it was just something the kids were making up, until about an hour later. The house had gotten real quiet. I had both kids tucked in upstairs. I was sitting on the couch playing on my phone when I heard something, a scratching sound. from down the hall. I turned down the volume on my phone to hear it better. There it was again. Scratching. I realized it was coming from the basement door. I told myself it was probably just some kind of house noise. I've heard these before in other houses, but then I heard something different. A voice. Soft, childlike, calling my name. Hey, come down here. I froze. My stomach dropped because I knew both kids were asleep. I had checked them about 10 minutes ago. Then the voice came again, a little louder this time. I heard Emma's giggle, clear as day. I raced upstairs, looked at the kids. They were both in bed, sound asleep, breathing steady, out cold. When I came back down, the scratching had stopped, but now the basement door was open, but it was just a crack. I swear I hadn't touched it. I walked towards it slowly, every part of me screaming not to look inside. The gap was just wide enough for me to see pitch black, like the kind of black that swallows up the light around it. Then, by itself, the door inched wider. I didn't stick around to see what was waiting. I slammed it shut, locked it, and pushed a chair against a knob. I sat awake the rest of the night, watching the door. When the parents got home, I tried to play it cool, but as I was leaving, Emma came halfway down the stairs, still half asleep, and whispered, "You let it out, didn't you?" It was just another babysitting job. Easy money, or so I thought. The kids' parents were out at some late dinner in La Jolla, and I was left in charge of their two little ones, Ethan, who was 7, and his sister Lily, who was 5. The night was going fine. We played a board game, watched some movies, and I finally got them to bed around 10. The house was quiet, and I figured I'd watch makeup tutorials until the parents got back. That's when I heard it. The sound of tires in the driveway. It seemed to be a little bit early, though. At first, I figured maybe the parents came home early. I peeked through the blinds. A black sedan pulled up, with the headlights off. A man got out, tall, wearing a dark jacket. He walked right up to the front door. I waited until the knock came. It was slow and deliberate. "Who is it?" I called, trying to sound braver than I felt. His voice came back calm. "The parents asked me to come get the kids. They're in the hospital. They got in a car accident. Let me in, please." Every alarm in my head went off at once. The family hadn't mentioned anything about someone else picking up the kids, so I couldn't let this happen. I kept my voice steady. "Just a minute." I grabbed my phone and stepped into the kitchen, trying to call the parents. While the line rang, I heard tiny footsteps upstairs. "Guys, back in bed," I whispered, trying not to sound panicked, but I was. But they didn't listen. Ethan and Lily came downstairs in their pajamas, their faces pale. They went straight to the window by the front door before I could stop them. Lily came to me, tugged on my sleeve, and whispered, "That's him." "Who?" I whispered back. Her voice was so small, it barely carried. "That's the scary man. The one who always looks at our mommy." I felt my stomach drop. The parents finally picked up the phone. Before I could speak, the man outside was knocking again, harder this time. The kids pressed closer to the glass. "Don't open it," Ethan said. eyes wide. Mommy said if he ever came, we had to hide. I looked back through the blinds. The man was staring directly at the peephole now, smiling like he knew I was watching. I whispered into the phone, "Do you know a man in a black car? He says that you sent him." The mother cut me off, panic in her voice. "Do not open that door. We never sent anyone." That's when the doorknob started to turn. I dropped the phone, grabbed the kids, and pulled them into the hallway. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely punch 911 into my phone. The operator told me to make sure every door was locked and stay hidden. The last thing I saw before dragging the kids upstairs was his face through the window, still smiling. The police showed up 5 minutes later. The car was gone. No footprints. No evidence that he had been there. But here's what I can't get out of my head. When the cops asked if they had seen him before, Ethan just nodded and said he was at Lily's school, watching Mommy in the parking lot, and Lily added, almost in a whisper, he said he was going to take her and us. I only went back to Silent Hill because of the letter. A simple envelope, no return address. Inside, one sheet of paper with 4 words. "I'm still waiting. Signed, Lydia." But Lydia's been dead for 3 years. How could she possibly have written this? I didn't know what to think. We grew up together in Silent Hill, on the north side of town, before my family had to move away. Lydia stayed. The last time I saw her, she was crying in the passenger seat of my car, begging me not to leave. 2 months later, her body washed up on Toluca Lake. They called it an accident. I didn't go to the funeral. But that letter, it was in her handwriting, was dragging me back. I arrived just after midnight. The town sign that once read, "Welcome to Silent Hill," was so weathered the paint looked like dried blood. Fog rolled across the road, thick enough that my headlights couldn't cut it. The air smelled like rain and rust. The streets were empty. No cars, no people. Just the slow hiss of the fog on this once busy town. Hollow Street was not how I remembered it all. Boarded up shops, cracked pavement, and the old movie theater with the now playing letters, cracked and old. Even though this all was a terrifying sight to see, the town you grew up in looking so abandoned and decrepit, something was wrong. More wrong than the current situation. The buildings leaned in towards the street like they were listening. Windows seemed darker than the night around them. Then I heard it. Metal scraping against pavement. It came from the alley next to the theater. It was a dragging sound, slow and deliberate. The fog moved like it was being pushed aside by something big. I told myself to leave, but my legs carried me forward, out of curiosity to see what was going on. In the alley, I saw a figure hunched over, its back rising and falling with heavy breaths. I heard a terrible wheezing sound coming from whatever it was. Looking at it, its arms looked too long at the ends, something like bent steel bars that were scraping against the ground. Its head turned when it heard me. The thing straightened up, and the world seemed to tilt. Its face, or where a face should have been, was covered by a sheet of metal bolted into its skull. No eyes, no mouth, just a disgusting display of metal. I was not going to stick around. I ran. The streets changed as I did. The buildings were warping. The asphalt was peeling up to reveal rusted grates and chains. The fog grew darker, almost black, and the sound of something heavy moving followed close behind. I turned a corner, and there it was, the old playground by the lake. In the center stood Lydia. She looked the same as the day I left her. White dress, damp hair. Her skin was pale as paper. Then she smiled at me. "You came back," she whispered. "You finally came back." Her smile widened, too far, until it split her cheeks. The fog swirled between us, and when it cleared, she wasn't Lydia anymore. Her face was gone, replaced with that same bolted metal plate. She tilted her head, and the scraping began again. I ran from the fog, but no matter which way I turned, I kept ending up back in that playground. The last thing I remember before the darkness took me was her voice, right behind my ear. "Now, you'll never leave me again." I was never supposed to go back to Silent Hill. Not after what happened to my brother. It's not like the town was on the map anymore. Not the real ones, anyway. It had been closed off for decades. The roads leading there were blocked with rustling barricades and faded hazard signs, but people still found their way in. People like me. The fog started about 10 miles out. Not the thin, morning kind. This was a dense, heavy fog, swallowing my headlights until I felt like I was driving into nothing. The road narrowed, guardrails twisted from years of neglect. Every so often, I thought I saw shapes of people in the mist, tall, thin silhouettes, standing too close to the pavement, but they never moved from what I could tell. When I finally reached the old "Welcome to Silent Hill" sign, it was hanging sideways. I parked just past it. The town was silent, except for the low humming of something electrical. Distant, constant, like a power line buzzing overhead. I walked down Main Street. Storefronts stood with their windows broken, papered over with newspapers so old they turned yellow. A rusted swing set creaked at a small park to my left. And then I heard it, the sound I felt like I had been dreading. It was a siren. It didn't start loud. It began low, like it was covered by something. But as it got louder, the air seemed to tighten, and the shadows changed. The fog shifted from white to a sickly brown, as if the air itself was burning. Paint peeled from the walls in seconds, revealing jagged, rusted metal underneath. The ground turned dark, wet, like it had been soaked in something warm. That's when I saw them. Not quite human. Skin pale and stretched. Faces blank, like wet clay. They moved with jerky, twitching motions, heads snapping too far in each direction. I ran, taking side streets, slipping on the slick pavement, trying not to look at the shapes that swayed in the alleys. Figures that moved erratically, breathed heavily, and seemed to be waiting for me to make a wrong turn. The siren cut off as suddenly as it began. The fog returned, a calm white again. The buildings back to their rotting wood and brick. And the streets were empty, with no sign of the creatures. In a panic, I made it back to my car as quickly as possible and drove away from the town until the fog thinned, until the sky had color again. When I stopped at a gas station miles away, I finally looked in the rearview mirror. Something was sitting in my back seat. Something with no face. When leaving Silent Hill, always check your back seat. I only went back because of the letter. It showed up in my mailbox 2 weeks ago. No return address. Just my name. Written in handwriting I hadn't seen in years, but I felt like I've seen it before. Inside was one sentence. You'll find me where the fog never lifts. It was signed by Emily. Emily had been my best friend growing up, practically a sister, until she vanished on a road trip in college. The police searched for months. No body, no car, just gone. The letter didn't make any sense. I knew it couldn't be real, but I drove to where she was talking about, a place called Silent Hill. The last time I had been there, I was a kid, when it was still a mining town. Now the highway into it was half blocked by rusted signs warning about unstable roads. Fog swallowed the asphalt before I could even see where I was going. I parked a car near what used to be Main Street. The air was thick, muffling every sound. Even my own footsteps sounded like they were swallowed before they hit the ground. The fog was so thick I could barely even see my own footsteps. Shops sat abandoned, broken, dust like snow over every counter. And in the distance, I heard it, faint at first, the sound of a metal door swinging in the wind. That's when I saw her, Emily. She was standing at the far end of the street, her back to me. Same long black hair, same red jacket. Emily, I called. She didn't move. I jogged towards her, but the fog thickened, curling around me until the street behind me was gone. And then she started walking, not away, not towards me, but into an alley that I swear hadn't been there a second ago. I followed her. The alley was too narrow. The walls leaned inward, giving me a sense of claustrophobia. Shadows rippled along the bricks, even though there was no light source. When I came out the other side, it wasn't Main Street anymore. It was something else. The sky had turned dark, rust-colored red. The buildings were shaped and broken in ways they shouldn't be, angles that made my eyes hurt. The windows looked like open mouths. Sirens wailed in the distance, echoing forever, and Emily was still ahead of me. She turned, finally, and smiled, but not a good smile. Her teeth were wrong. You made it, she said. Her voice sounded like it was coming through a broken radio. Now it can start. Behind her, something moved in the fog. Something tall, dragging metal. The sound vibrating in my teeth. Emily stepped aside, and I realized the thing in the mist was walking straight towards me. I turned to run, but the alley I'd come through was gone. The fog closed in, with the sound of metal coming straight towards me. In 2004, a chilling thread appeared on Japan's 2-channel message board. A girl named Hatsumi live posted her experience after boarding a train late at night, only to find herself at a station that didn't exist on any map. Kisaragi Station. No conductor, no signs of life, just a dark, silent platform in the middle of nowhere. Her GPS stopped working, her phone glitched. The last message she ever sent was a single word: disappearing. To this day, Kisaragi Station has never been found, but the legend has only grown, spread across the internet, and spawning sightings, videos, and horrifying retellings. In this video, we'll explore 3 terrifying stories inspired by the mystery of Kisaragi Station and what might be waiting at the end of that midnight train ride. If you ever see a sign that says Devil Station, don't get off. I shouldn't have gotten off at Kisaragi Station. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe I just need to tell someone before I forget how to speak, or before something else finds me first. I was heading home from Shizuoka to Tokyo after visiting my parents. It was late, maybe past 11 p.m. I boarded a local train with only a few other passengers. Everyone looked half asleep, heads tilted towards the window, earbuds in. The kind of quiet you get after the world has already gone to bed. The train was normal, at first. We passed Hamamatsu, and the lights flickered. Not just a flicker, they dimmed like the whole car was breathing, and exhaled. I thought maybe it was a voltage dip or something, but when I checked the station sign at the next stop, I didn't recognize it. It read, Kisaragi Station. At first I thought maybe I dozed off and missed an announcement. I pulled up my phone and checked my Google Maps. Nothing. GPS couldn't lock on. Just a spinning blue dot floating in the gray. I looked up again. No one else seemed confused. Just me. The doors opened. No one moved. I got up, I don't know why, and stepped off the train. Something about the name was familiar. I thought maybe it was an old stop I had forgotten. The moment I stepped onto the platform, the doors shut behind me. I turned, and the train was gone. No engine noise, no sound, just empty tracks disappearing into the fog. The platform was crumbling, covered in moss. The lights above flickered, dim and yellow. No timetable, no vending machines. Just a single sign, hand-painted, that read, Devil Station. I tried to call someone. No signal, not even a flicker of service. I opened X to post a message. It loaded somehow. Does anyone know where Kisaragi Station is? I think I got off at the wrong stop. A few people replied, mostly jokes. One person sent me a screenshot of a thread from 2channel about a girl who claimed to arrive at the same station years ago. She live posted from it until she stopped posting. I didn't find that funny. I walked to the edge of the platform. No stairs, no exit, just forest, dense black trees pressed up against the edge of the concrete. It was too close. I turned around. Someone was on the platform. I hadn't heard them arrive. They were standing by the sign, pale skin, black hair, a school uniform that looked like it was a throwback to another decade. Whoever it was, their head was down. I stepped back. "Excuse me." They looked up. No eyes. Just smooth skin where a face should be. I ran. I don't remember how I got off the platform. I just remember running through the trees, branches tearing my arms, breathing so hard my lungs felt like they were going to burst. I swear I could hear footsteps behind me, soft, bare feet slapping the dirt. I stopped at a clearing. It was completely silent, not even a wind sound. That's when I saw the Torii Gate. Old, cracked, with paper charms tied to the beams. A small shrine sat behind it, but their offering box was full of teeth. I turned to leave and saw the girl again, closer this time. But this time, she wasn't alone. There were more, dozens of them, standing between the trees, no faces, just watching. I pulled out my phone again. Somehow, still at 1% battery, I opened X. One last tweet. If anyone sees this, don't get off at Kizuragi Station, please. I don't think I can leave. The screen went black, and I think I've been here ever since. I don't know how long. It feels like forever. The sun never comes up. Sometimes I hear a train in the distance, but it never gets closer. The forest doesn't move. The sky doesn't change. I don't know if I'm dead, or if I'm just in the wrong place. But if you ever see a station that isn't on a map, with no one inside, no announcements, don't get off. Because some stations weren't made for people like us, and they don't let you leave. This happened last summer, and I haven't talked about it until now because no one believes me. Not the cops, not my friends, and definitely not my family. But I think someone needs to hear it. Maybe you've seen the old 2-channel posts. Maybe you already know the name. Kizuragi Station. I didn't believe in that stuff either. Just another Japanese internet myth, right? That all changed when my little sister disappeared. Her name was Aiko, 17, quiet, obsessed with ghost stories and urban legends. We used to joke that she was basically raised by Reddit and horror subculture. She would always tell me about the weird threads she found on Japanese sites, stories about cursed vending machines, tunnels to nowhere, and yes, that particular station. It was a Tuesday when she went missing. She texted me around 8:15 p.m. Train's delayed. I'll be home late. Probably 9-ish. Then, weird. The station sign is all scratched out, LOL. Then, nothing. I tried to call her. It went straight to voicemail. My parents tried too. Nothing. By 11, we filed a missing persons report. Police checked all the stops between Hamamatsu and our station. She wasn't seen on any cameras. They said maybe she got off early. Maybe she ran away. But I knew something was wrong. Until the next morning, when I checked on X. She posted 3 tweets just after 8:30 p.m. The sign says Kizuragi Station, but I thought that was just a myth. The second one said, I think I got off at the wrong stop. And the third and final one said, someone's on the tracks. It doesn't look like he has any feet. And that was it. I searched everything I could find. Old posts, message boards, creepy archives. The same name kept coming up, always in the same story. A person boards a train, ends up in a non-existent station, and vanishes. Kizuragi, Demon Station. One user said it was a place between here and something else. Not life, not death, just in between, like limbo. The police eventually stopped calling. It became one of those quiet, unsolved mysteries. But then, a week later, I got a notification. Her phone went active again, just for 2 minutes. Location: somewhere deep in the mountains, east of Fujieda, not near any rail lines. I drove out there with a friend. We didn't tell anyone. There were no road signs. There were no trails. Just old gravel paths and thick woods. The deeper we went, the quieter everything got. No birds, no bugs, just the crunch of gravel under our feet. Then we saw it. A train platform. No tracks, no wires, just a concrete slab with a rusted bench and a signpost. Scratched into the metal, Devil Station. There was a phone sitting on the bench. It was her phone. I picked it up. The screen was cracked, but it lit up. Only one photo in the gallery. A selfie. Her face, pale, eyes wide. And behind her, something that looked like a man. I haven't slept right since. I never told my parents we found her phone. It just didn't feel right. Like saying it out loud would make it worse. On occasion, I have walked past my local station late at night when the trains are shut down. But I can hear a train pulling in, even though there's no trains. The sound is distant, but there's a vibration in the ground, like I can feel it coming. If you ever see a stop you don't recognize, with no one around, stay on the train, because once you step off, you might not come back. I found the station that doesn't exist. I had never heard of Kizaraki Station until last summer. My girlfriend at the time, Kaori, was obsessed with weird internet stuff. Creepy threads, cursed TikToks, unsolved disappearances. That was her thing. She once made me hike 5 miles through Chichibu just to see an abandoned tunnel she read about on Reddit. So when she came across a thread about a girl who live posted from a station that didn't exist, she got hooked. It was a 2-channel thread from years ago. The girl said she boarded a train late at night, ended up at a place called Kizaraki Station, and then just vanished. Her GPS stopped working. The thread ended mid-sentence. Most people said it was made up. Some kind of role play. But Kaori didn't think so. She kept digging, mapping out the old train lines, checking message boards, even DMing strangers on X who claimed to know more. I played along. I liked her weirdness, and part of me wanted to believe it too. And that's how we ended up in Shizuoka one Friday night, standing at a half-defunct local station called Shinhama. We take the 11:13 local, she says, pointing at the faded schedule. The girl in the thread said she got on the late night run with only a few cars. It was stupid, I know, but we were doing it. The train came, empty. We got on. I remember it clearly. 3 cars, dim lights, no one else riding. Kaori was buzzing. She kept refreshing her GPS. The train rattled forward. Stop after stop. Then silence. No announcements. No station signs. I checked my phone. No service. Not even 3G. The train didn't slow down. It just kept going. There was forest outside the window, then tunnels, then nothing. "Do you see that?" she whispered. I turned. Through the fog glass, there was a station platform. One sign, painted in kanji. Devil Station. The train stopped. The doors opened. Kaori stood up. "Come on," she said. I hesitated. Every instinct I had said no, but I followed her anyways. The platform was cracked. Moss grew through the concrete. The sign looked hand-painted. No timetable, no vending machines, not even lights. Just the dim glow from the train behind us. Then the train doors closed. It pulled away. I ran after it, yelling. It didn't stop, like there was no conductor. Kaori wasn't scared. She pulled out her phone and started recording a TikTok. "Hey weirdos," she whispered into the camera. "We found Kizuragi Station. It's real." Then, suddenly, she stopped talking and just froze. I looked at her screen. It was glitching, frame skipping. In the playback, something was behind us. A figure on the platform. Pale. Long black hair. But when we turned around to see where it was, there was nothing. Kaori started to shake. "It's like the thread," she whispered. "She said once you get off, there's no way back." We tried to walk. We found a path leading into the woods and took that. There are no signs on where to go. Just trees everywhere. We walked maybe 10 minutes, and then we saw a shrine. It was small, cracked, surrounded by wooden dolls with no faces, hundreds of them, all facing the path. Kaori started to cry. "I think I made a mistake," she whispered. Then her phone lit up. Notifications flooded in. Comments, likes, shares. But the video she posted, it had changed. It now showed both of us standing still, not speaking. Behind us was a figure, getting closer, almost touching her shoulder. And something was wrong with our eyes. They looked gone. Her hand shook as she dropped the phone. That's when we heard the bells. It sounded like it was coming from a temple. Faint at first, then louder. The dolls had shifted. They were all now facing us. We ran back towards the platform, through the trees, but the path twisted, changed. We came out at the shrine again. Kaori screamed. "I'm so sorry," she yelled to no one. "We didn't mean to come here." And then she was gone. Like that. I turned for half a second, and when I looked back, there was just her phone on the ground, still filming. The doll seemed to be closer. I grabbed the phone and ran. I didn't stop until I hit asphalt. Somehow, I stumbled onto a tunnel that came out near a highway rest stop. A man found me sitting on the curb, barefoot, bloody, holding a dead phone. I told the police everything, but they didn't find the station. They didn't find Kaori. They said I was probably hallucinating. Shock, trauma, dehydration. But here's the part I can't explain. Her TikTok uploaded. It's online. Go look. Kaori Yami. Last video posted at 11:47 p.m. the same night we left. And in the final frame, before the video glitches out, you can see her standing alone at the edge of the platform. The train is pulling away, and the figure is still behind her, coming closer, trying to grab her. Halloween night in our neighborhood always felt safe. The streets were crowded with kids in costumes, porch lights glowed, and you could hear laughter echoing from block to block. But there's one house I'll never forget. It wasn't decorated. No fake cobwebs, no skeletons, no candy bowl outside. Just dark windows and a porch that sagged like it was tired. The kind of place you'd normally skip over. But as my friends and I walked past, I noticed something. In the second floor window, there was a jack-o'-lantern, a single pumpkin, lit from inside, its carved face smiling down at us. None of my friends saw it until I pointed it out. And then they all froze. Because the pumpkin wasn't just glowing, it looked like it was watching us. Its triangle eyes flickered, shifting just slightly when we moved. "Come on," my friend Matt said, trying to shake it off. "It's just a pumpkin." When we turned to leave, I swear I saw the jack-o'-lantern blink. We bolted down the street, laughing nervously, trying to convince ourselves it was just a trick of the light. But all night, every time we turned a corner, I swear I saw it again. In different houses, different windows, the same pumpkin, the same shifting eyes. By the time we got back to my place, we were too rattled to keep trick-or-treating. We sorted through our candy and tried to watch TV to calm down. That's when the power went out. The room was pitch black, except for the reflection in the darkened TV screen. A jack-o'-lantern grinning just behind us. We spun around, but the room was empty. To this day, every Halloween, I leave my curtains closed, because sometimes, if the light hits the glass just right, I see the same carved grin staring back at me. I see it in every house with open curtains, like it's following me. Like it remembers me from that one Halloween. Extreme haunted houses are all the rage every Halloween. Pay your money, sign a waiver, and they'll drag you through a living nightmare. People vomit, cry, and beg for it to stop. But there's always a safe word. Always. Except this one. It was whispered about online. A place that didn't advertise, but somebody sent me an invite. It was a link, probably through a burner account. There was no address, just GPS coordinates. The page said only, if you quit, you lose more than your money. Midnight, Halloween. No safe word. Of course, my friends thought it was a gimmick. 4 of us piled into a car, dressed for Halloween, ready for a rush. We thought we were too tough to be scared. When we arrived, the house wasn't a house at all. It was an abandoned factory on the edge of town. Barbed wire fence, broken windows, no lights except a single flood lamp above the gate. 2 people in masks waited for us. Plague doctor masks, long-beaked and blank-eyed. They checked our names against a clipboard. No one spoke. They just stamped our wrists with black ink that wouldn't wash off later. Once we were inside, the experience started immediately. The lights cut out. We were grabbed, separated, shoved through different doors. I was dragged into a hallway where the walls were lined with mirrors, but none of them reflected me, just shadows of figures standing behind me. Screams echoed through the factory, my friends' voices. Some were begging to stop already. I yelled the word quit, just to test. Nothing happened though. No pause. No staff breaking character. Instead, something answered back. A whisper through the dark. No safe word. Hours, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell, had passed. Each room was worse than the last. In one, I had to crawl through a tunnel of mannequins, their mouths sewn shut. They moved when I brushed against them. In another room, I was strapped to a chair while a screen showed live footage of my house, my family eating dinner, unaware they were being filmed. I didn't know why they were showing me this. What were they planning on doing? In another room, they started hitting me, over and over. I heard the screams of my friends in the background while I was getting beat senseless. They shuffled me to another room where they put me in a chair and leaned me back about 45 degrees. They put a rag over my mouth and started pouring water in it. They would continue to pour water until I couldn't breathe anymore. I would cough up all the water, and then they would do it again. I'm not sure how long this went on for, but it felt like forever. I felt like I drowned 15 times. Over everything that was happening, I could hear the sound of chainsaws and drills being used, people screaming, bloody murder. I did not want to be there anymore. I had had enough. I think all of us had, and just wanted it to stop. Please stop. Stop the madness. What is wrong with you people? I'm going crazy. I didn't know if it was real, it was fake, if we had been captured, and now we were being tortured. Nobody knew where we were, and there was no escape. By the time I stumbled to the final chamber, I wasn't sure what was real anymore. My 3 friends were there, hanging upside down, their faces pale, eyes wide. I screamed their names, but none of them moved. A figure stepped out of the shadows in another plague mask and handed me a knife. Only one leaves, it said. I refused. I dropped the knife and screamed for help. That's when the lights cut out again. When I woke up, I was outside on the curb, covered in blood that wasn't mine. My car was gone. My friends were gone. My phone was dead, with the screen cracked. I wandered around for a while, until I finally saw a car. I waved it down and used their cell phone to call the police. All I could give them was the coordinates that I had previously. The police said they had no record of any haunted attraction at those coordinates. They searched the site. Nothing was there. No props, no staff, no factory. Just an empty lot. And every year since, at midnight on Halloween, I hear someone whisper through the mirror in my bathroom. No safe word. Every Halloween, kids in my town dared each other to walk past a certain house on the edge of the neighborhood. We called it the house with the black windows. It wasn't abandoned. That's the weird part. The lawn was mowed. Decorations went up every season. But the windows, every single one, was covered in something pitch black on the inside. Not curtains, not paint, just pure darkness, like the glass had been hollowed out. You couldn't see in, no matter what time of the day it was. There was a rumor that a family lived there once, back in the 70s, but all of them vanished after a Halloween party. The house was sold a dozen times since then, but no one lasted more than a year before moving out. Still, every October 31st, the porch light clicked on, and candy appeared in a bowl outside the door, and if you took a piece, you swore you could hear somebody moving inside. The year I turned 16, me and my 3 friends decided to do more than just walk past. We wanted proof. We wanted to peek inside those windows. We went late, after most of the trick-or-treaters were gone. The bowl of candy was still there, untouched. One of my friends grabbed a Snickers. The porch light flickered once, like someone had flipped it inside. And that's when we heard it. A faint knock from inside the window nearest the door. We froze. I don't know why, but I stepped closer. My reflection looked warped in the glass, like the darkness was bending it. And then something else leaned into the view behind me. A tall figure, no face. I spun around, but nothing was there. The knocking started again, louder now, from every window around the house, then scratching, like nails dragging across the glass. We bolted, ran all the way down the block, but when I looked back, I swear I saw silhouettes in every window, dozens of them, watching. We told everyone what happened, but no one believed us. Just another Halloween scare story. But here's the thing that terrifies me. Every year since, someone in our group that was there that night has gone missing near Halloween. First Daniel, then Marcus, then Jess. Now I'm the only one left. The candy bowl was out again tonight. I thought I could ignore it, but when I drove past, the porch light flickered, and this time, one of the black windows wasn't empty. It was my face, staring back at me. Rule of thumb for Halloween night: if you see a house with windows darker than night itself, don't look, and never take the candy. Lena wasn't supposed to be in my life. She was just another quiet girl in the back of the classroom, headphones in, hoodie up, scribbling in her notebook like she was in her own world. But then she noticed me. At first, it was harmless. She started liking my post on Instagram. Not just the new ones, old ones too. Stuff from years back. Random photos from family vacations, birthday dinners, even a blurry picture of my dog that had been buried in my feed. Every single one got a like. Then came the DMs. Hey, I hope you had a good lunch today. You look good in that blue shirt. I thought she was being friendly, but the messages never stopped. I'd wake up to 30 unread texts. Some were normal. Good morning. Sleep well? Others were way too specific. You tapped your pencil 12 times during math today. You laughed too hard at Emily's joke. You shouldn't hang out with people that don't appreciate you. That's when I realized she was always watching. At first, I laughed it off. Told my friends I had a stalker. One day, I blocked her, but Lena didn't take the rejection well. I had gotten 3 follow requests from accounts named Lena Loves You 1, Lena Loves You 2, and Lena Loves You 3. Because I blocked her, letters started showing up in my locker, handwritten, smelling like perfume. You smiled at me today. I'll never forget it. You belong to me. Don't let anyone else think they can touch you. Then I found something worse. A small box tucked inside my backpack. Inside was a piece of my own hair. Hair that had been in my bathroom trash can after a self-haircut. She had been inside of my house. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe it wasn't her. But then, one night, I came home and noticed the window latch in my room was undone. My phone buzzed as I locked it. A message from an unknown number. You forgot to leave it open for me. Don't worry, I fixed it. I dropped my phone. The next day at school, Lena sat in her usual spot, doodling in her notebook. She looked at me once and just smiled, like we had a secret together. Things escalated fast after that. A friend of mine, Chris, was walking with me to my car one night after practice. We were joking around, shoving each other, like guys do. The next morning, his car tires were slashed, all 4 of them. On the windshield was a note. Chris, stay away from him. He's mine. Chris didn't really take it seriously, but I couldn't ignore it. 2 weeks later, a friend of mine named Emily, the same Emily Lena had mentioned in some of her messages, ended up in the ER. Someone had shoved her down the stairs at school. No one knew who, but when I saw her in the hospital, flowers had already been delivered to her room. The card only said, I told you he wasn't yours. L. I thought it couldn't get worse. I thought she would get tired of doing this, but Lena never got bored of stalking me. One night, after a long shift at work, I came home to find my front door already unlocked. My parents were asleep, and the house was quiet. But when I went upstairs, my room was different. There were candles lit everywhere, rose petals scattered across my bed, my clothes neatly folded on the dresser, and Lena, wearing my hoodie and nothing else, sitting cross-legged on my mattress, scrolling through my phone. She looked up when I froze in the doorway, smiling. Welcome home. You're late. I wanted to scream, run, but I couldn't move. Lena stood up, walked over, and placed the phone in my hand. On the screen was pictures of me. Me sleeping, me walking around, dozens of them. You looked so peaceful, she whispered. I couldn't wake you. I finally found my voice. Lena, you need help. She tilted her head. No, I need you. That's when she pulled a knife from her hoodie pocket. Small, serrated, the kind you'll find in a kitchen drawer. She pressed it into her own palm, just enough to draw a line of blood. If you won't be with me, I'll bleed out right here, she said, and they'll know it's your fault. And that's when I realized it didn't matter if I blocked her, avoided her, or told anyone. Lena had already decided the ending. The only question was whether I'd survive it. I didn't sleep that night. After Lena pressed the knife to her palm, and whispered those words. I just froze. My parents never heard a thing. Somehow, she finally left on her own, leaving rose petals scattered across the floor like it was some kind of twisted date. I thought it was over though. Maybe she had gotten what she wanted, to scare me, to prove she could get into my life whenever she wanted. She wanted more. A week later, Chris stopped showing up to practice. His mom posted on Facebook asking if anyone had seen him. Everyone thought he had run away, but I had a feeling. That night, a text came through from an unknown caller. A photo. It had a picture of Chris tied to a chair, duct tape on his mouth, his eyes wide. He was terrified. Beneath it, a message. I told you to stay away from him. I nearly threw up. I called the police, and they said they were investigating. When I went to the police station to show them the picture on Facebook, the post had been deleted. I had no proof anymore. I made the mistake of trying to confront her. I followed her after school one evening, careful not to be seen. She didn't take the bus or get a ride, but she did walk home. I saw her ducking down side streets until she disappeared into a rundown house at the edge of town. I found the house and looked around. The windows were boarded, but one side had a gap. I wish I never looked in. Inside were candles, hundreds of them, dripping wax across every surface. The walls were covered in photos of me, eating, sleeping, laughing. Pictures I never took. Moments I never knew she had seen. In the center of the room was a mannequin wearing my jacket, my shoes, and even a mask made to look like my face. And at its feet was Chris's practice jersey, blood-stained. That's when the candle nearest me flickered out. Then Lena's voice floated through the dark. I knew you'd come. I ran. I didn't stop running until I was halfway across town. But that night, my sister Katie found a note taped to her window. If you keep pulling away, I'll start with her. Don't test me. My hand shook so hard, I couldn't untape the letter. Katie thought it was a joke, so she didn't take it seriously. But I knew. I knew Lena meant every word. My parents started asking why I looked pale, why I was so jumpy. I couldn't tell them. How could I? If Lena knew I told, she'd come after them. Then one night, my mom went to the store, and she never came back. The police found her car on the side of the road, engine running, door wide open. In the passenger seat was a single Polaroid. My mom, with her eyes wide, with Lena standing behind her, holding that same serrated knife to her throat. On the back, in messy handwriting, now you understand. We're supposed to be together. Stop fighting it. The cops questioned everyone about Lena, but she didn't exist on paper. They couldn't find a birth certificate, an address, or any records. It's like she never existed. But she was real to me, and was a major problem in my life. I found a note on my pillow, written in my mother's handwriting. She loves you. Stop resisting. And below that, a fresh Polaroid of my mom again, smiling this time, standing beside Lena like they were family. And that's when I realized Lena wasn't just obsessed with me anymore. She was pulling everyone I loved into her world. I finally broke down and told my dad everything. Lena arrived at my house with my mother and dropped her off. She said hi to everybody, and for some reason, everybody had forgotten she had kidnapped our mother. Lena didn't just want me, she wanted belief, and my family, for some reason, was giving it to her willingly. The change was quiet. That's what scared me the most. My dad suddenly stopped watching the news like he always does. My sister stopped going to school. Every conversation in our house bent naturally back to Lena. What she liked, what she thought, what she suggested we do next. If I argued about it, they would get angry. They got concerned about me. It was like there was some form of mass delusion going on, and I was the only one that could see the truth. "You're still confused," my mom would say gently. "Lena's helping us," my dad added. "She's helping you too," Katie whispered once. That word, helping, it followed me everywhere. That's when I noticed a sound. A low, steady hum beneath the walls at night. Not electrical, not mechanical, almost rhythmic. Like breathing. One night, I saw the truth. I woke up at 2:17 to laughter downstairs. Too synchronized, too perfect. Lena was at our table again, using my mom's favorite bowl. My dad sat beside her like a statue. Katie leaned against her shoulder like a child with a parent. No one invited her in. She simply arrived. "Sit," Lena said softly, and they all turned to me all at once. Their eyes weren't empty. They were full, overflowing with certainty. "She's good for you," my mom said. "She's the only one who really understands," my dad added. "You're the last problem," Katie whispered. Lena reached across the table and rested her hand over my father's, then my mother's. "They chose me," she said. "I didn't force them. I just showed them the truth." After that night, I stopped being a person in my own home. I was an obstacle. They locked my phone away for mental health reasons. Blocked the windows with curtains to, quote, keep Lena's routines uninterrupted. At night, she came to my room. She didn't touch me at first. She just sat beside my bed and whispered. Repeated my fears back to me. My guilt, my insecurities, things I had never told anyone. "You don't want to be alone anymore. You're tired of fighting. You already want to say yes." And for a few seconds every night, I did. The police only showed up because my English teacher filed a welfare report after Katie vanished for 3 weeks without explanation. They arrived on a rainy afternoon. 2 officers, calm, confident, naive. Lena stood behind my mother on the porch. One hand rested lightly on her shoulder. "Everything is fine here," my mom said, smiling wide enough to hurt. One of the officers stepped forward, and that's when his radio screamed with static so loud he dropped it. The hum from the walls surged. The lights flickered. Katie collapsed screaming, clawing at her own ears. The grip Lena had broke. My family saw her. Not the gentle girl. Not the helpful presence. The thing underneath. Lena's face twisted in real time, like her expression was lagging behind reality. "No," she whispered softly. "You weren't supposed to wake yet." It took 4 officers to restrain her. After she was restrained, she didn't fight. She smiled at me as they dragged her away. "You'll forget," she said. "They always do." My family collapsed the moment she left the property. My mom threw up. My dad couldn't stop shaking. Katie screamed until her voice was hoarse, and she couldn't scream anymore. The doctors called it collective psychological domination. The detectives called it cult behavior enhanced by isolation tactics. But none of their words explained the sound that I heard. The hum. Lena is now in a high-security psychiatric facility. They say she's cooperative, quiet, and charming. My family's in therapy. They remember loving her, but they don't remember why. I moved out and got rid of my phone. I needed a fresh start. But still, every night at 2:17, my new apartment fills with this static hum for 3 seconds. Exactly 3. And sometimes, when the room goes silent again, the screen on my phone lights up with one notification: Lena is typing. But nothing ever comes through. I moved into apartment 9 3 months ago. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine. A tiny studio in an old red brick building downtown, across from a 24-hour laundromat. The kind of place where the paint peels and the hall lights buzz, but the rent's low and no one asks questions. When I first moved in, I noticed something odd about the apartment number plate. It was scratched to hell, like someone had tried to carve it off with a key. The landlord just shrugged. "Last tenant had issues," he said. "They moved out fast." I didn't think anything of it until I started hearing the knocking. The first time it happened was around 2 a.m. 3 soft knocks on the wall behind my bed. Knock, knock, knock. I figured it was the neighbor. Thin walls, old pipes, no big deal. But the next night, it happened again. Same rhythm, same time. I tried knocking back once, half joking. For a few seconds, there was silence. Then, knock, knock, knock. Exactly the same. A week later, I asked the landlord who lived next door. His face went sad just thinking about something. "No one. Apartment 10's been empty for months." That night, the knocking started earlier, and this time, it was followed by a whisper. It was soft, close, coming right through the wall. "Why did you stop?" I stopped sleeping near the wall after that. Moved the bed to the other side of the room. Turned up the TV volume at night. Every few days, something else would happen. Once I found my bathroom mirror fogged up, even though I hadn't used hot water. Written across it, in finger streaks, was one word: listen. Another time, I came home to find my lock was undone, even though I was sure I had latched it. Nothing was missing, just moved slightly, rearranged. The chair was angled towards the window. A picture frame was turned upside down. Then came a smell. Rotten, wet, like a dead animal. It seemed to be coming from the wall where the knocking had started. I finally called maintenance. An old guy came up with a flashlight and a screwdriver. He pried off the vent cover, winced, and said quietly, "You should call the police." Inside the wall, he found the remains of a man, wedged between the studs, decomposed. It looked like he had been there for a while. The medical examiner said he had been there for months, long before I moved in. Probably a homeless person who snuck in through the crawl space and got stuck. But that doesn't explain the knocks, or the whispers, or why, after they sealed the wall and I moved the bed back, I found a fresh message written in dust under the frame. Thanks for listening. I never thought much about who watched my videos. I ran a small channel, mostly true crime breakdowns, Reddit readings, that kind of stuff. The kind of stuff that you listen to while doing dishes. It wasn't big, maybe 10,000 subs. But every time I uploaded, one username always appeared in the comments. Everglow88. She commented on everything. She would comment with compliments, tell me her favorite timestamps, and little heart emojis. Nothing weird at first, just a loyal fan. Every creator has one. Then she started writing things like, "I had a dream about your voice. You look tired today. Please sleep more." The last one caught me off guard. I hadn't shown my face in a video, not once. At first I laughed it off. Maybe she was just guessing. But one night, I went live for the first time. A test stream. No camera, just audio. Chatting with viewers. The stream had maybe 40 people watching. I remember joking about how I record at 3 a.m., how my apartment walls are so thin, and my neighbor probably thinks I'm narrating ghost stories to myself. 5 minutes later, a comment popped up. "So you're the one in 2B. I felt my blood turn to ice. I ended the stream right there, sat in silence, staring at the blinking, streaming ended message. I went to the balcony and looked at another apartment complex right across the parking lot. Second floor, opposite building. One of the windows had a faint glow. Someone was taking pictures of me. I ducked inside and locked the door. My mind was racing. Was this a prank? A coincidence? The next morning, there was a note under my door. "I love when you whisper the scary parts. Your voice shakes just a little. It's adorable." There's no signature, no envelope, just plain printer paper with the message in neat handwriting. Over the next week, more notes appeared. They were taped to my door or left in my mailbox. I even found a note folded inside a grocery bag at my corner store. Each time I got a note, it was more personal. "You forgot to close your blinds again. Your phone light makes your eyes look even softer. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe." I barely slept. I even thought about quitting YouTube, because every time I logged on, she was still there, commenting, liking, talking to me like we were old friends. Then one night, I woke up to the sound of my door unlocking. It was a slow, soft click, like someone turning the knob from the other side. I grabbed the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, a metal tripod, and crept to the living room. The door was closed, but there was a piece of paper taped to it. The piece of paper said, "You shouldn't be scared of me. You've invited me every time you posted." I called the police. They checked the building, the room where I saw someone taking pictures of me. But they found nothing. No prints, no forced entry, no one on the security footage. I thought it was over, but when I checked my YouTube analytics the next day, my most recent upload had a new comment. "You looked so brave last night. I love you more when you're kinda scared." A few weeks later I moved, deleted the channel, wiped everything. But sometimes, when I'm brave enough to try and open a new YouTube account, I see a notification pop up almost immediately. Everglow88 replied to your comment, and no matter how many accounts I delete and restart, she always finds me again. I used to live in a small apartment complex right outside Portland. One of those older buildings where every sound carries through the walls. You could hear neighbors arguing, their showers running, even forks scraping plates during dinner. It was lonely, but it was cheap. I worked nights at a security desk, so I rarely saw anyone in the daylight. Most evenings, I'd grab dinner from a vending machine, scroll through Reddit horror threads, and try to unwind before my shift. That's how it started, with a post titled "Yandere in Real Life." It was one of those creepy green text style stories about a guy whose ex wouldn't stop following him. Typical internet creepypasta stuff. But what stood out from the comment section, one user kept replying to everyone, saying things like, "You don't understand what love like that feels like. He was lucky." The username was cutie in4c. My heart stopped a bit when I saw that, because I lived in Building 4, Unit A. At first I thought it was just a coincidence, but the next day, I found a note taped to my door. It wasn't typed. It wasn't even written on lined paper. Just a torn napkin with smudged pink ink. "I saw you reading last night. You should sit by the window more often. You look kind when you're focused." I froze. I didn't have any curtains yet. I'd been meaning to buy some, but I had just moved in. My desk faced the window directly. That night, I kept my lights off and sat on the floor, waiting. Around 1 a.m. though, I saw her. In the building across the courtyard, a girl stood in her window. Long black hair, oversized hoodie, completely still. Her apartment was dark, except for the pale blue light of a phone screen. She was pointing it at me. I tried ignoring it for days. I told myself she was just another lonely tenant, maybe pranking me. But it escalated fast. One morning, when I left for work, I found a paper bag at my door. Inside was a sandwich, wrapped neatly in foil. There was a piece of paper inside the bag that had a heart drawn on it. The next night, I woke up to the sound of tapping on my window. When I looked, no one was there. Just a message written backward in lipstick on the glass. "Don't work so late. I worry." I reported it to the landlord, but he didn't take it seriously. "Maybe a friend with a crush," he said. A week later, the girl from 4C was found dead. The landlord discovered her after the smell started leaking into the hallway. According to the police report, she had been missing for days, and her apartment was covered in photos. Photos of me. There were pictures of me sleeping, brushing my teeth, eating instant noodles, all taken from across the courtyard, and in some of them was another figure, someone standing behind me, The timestamp of the photos showed that they were taken before she died. I moved out a month later. They never did find out what had killed her, but I'm pretty sure when I saw her through the window of her smiling at me, she was dead already. Sometimes when I scroll through YouTube late at night, Lazy Masquerade's videos autoplay in the background. There's comfort in the narration. Calm, distant, like someone's telling a story that already happened. But every now and then, I catch a reflection of my screen, a faint shape, right behind me, smiling. We were 4 college kids looking for one last adventure before summer ended. Someone had sent us a link, a flyer buried in some sketchy forum. It said, Eclipse, the desert rave of the year. No exact location until the night of. Music until the sun burns it out. We thought it was perfect. We borrowed Jordan's old Jeep, stocked up on cheap liquor and gas station snacks, and drove 5 hours into the desert. As the city lights vanished, our GPS kept rerouting until it finally just died. The only directions we had were the printouts from the flyer. Follow the glow. Follow the base. And sure enough, deep in the sand, we saw it. A faint orange haze pulsing against the night sky. The closer we got, the louder the bass grew. It was so low and heavy that it made my teeth buzz. We finally crested a dune, and there it was. A crowd of hundreds, maybe thousands. People all moving in perfect rhythm. Glow sticks, LED hoops, fire spinners. It was like a neon sea churning in the dark. We parked and stumbled in, laughing. No tickets, no security. Just an open circle of sound and light. A DJ was up on the stage that looked half-built out of scaffolding and tarps, but the music was flawless. People brushed past us, sweaty, painted, faces blurred in the shifting strobes. Everyone felt too friendly, too close. I chalked it up to the atmosphere. By midnight, though, we noticed things. Like how the bartenders never blinked. They just poured drinks with the same fixed smile. Like how if you stared at someone for too long, their face seemed to stutter. Like a video buffering. Like how there were no phones out. Not one. No one filming. No one texting. And then came the glow sticks. A guy bumped into me and dropped his stick, and when I picked it up, I heard something that sounded like multiple whispering voices coming from the darkness of the desert. I dropped it, and the whispering went away. But when I looked up, the guy was gone. After seeing some weird things, we probably should have left. But the bass had us. It wasn't just sound. It felt alive, blasting against our ribs, sinking with our hearts. Every drop hit like a command. Move. Stay. Don't leave. Around 3 a.m. we realized the crowd was thinning. Not leaving, just vanishing. The 4 of us held on to each other, pushing through. But every time a strobe hit, fewer people were around. And that's when the bass cut out, and the desert was silent. The DJ was gone, the scaffolding empty, the crowd just gone. It was just the 4 of us standing in the middle of the dunes, the sand cold beneath our shoes. And that's when we heard it, footsteps crunching in the dark, not in rhythm, not human, Too many legs. Too fast. Shapes moved along the dunes. Dozens of them. Then hundreds. They looked like the ravers. Painted. Glowing. But their jaws were unhinged when they smiled. Their arms bending too far backwards. They weren't dancing. They were waiting. Jordan yelled to run, and we did. The Jeep was half buried in the sand, like it had been sitting there for years. We cleared out the sand and tore out of there, engine screaming, and drove blind until the sun came up. When we finally hit the highway, our phones lit up with service again. The flyer link was gone. No posts, no pictures, no proof. Like it had never existed. But here's the part that keeps me up. When we stopped for gas, I went to wash my face in the bathroom. The mirror was streaked, cracked, but I could still see my reflection. And behind me, in the stall, a glow stick pulsing back, and the faintest beat still sinking with my heart. The ads were too vague, the posters too old-fashioned, and the website looked too old, like some 1990s first internet website. But the flyer we found taped to the back of a record shop door said otherwise. One night only, the Carnival of Ashes, midnight until dawn. They gave us a set of driving directions that ended with, when you see the lights, you know you found it. So we did. There were 4 of us again. Same crew as the rave. Me, Jordan, Maya, and Chris. You'd think after that night in the desert we would have learned to let weird underground events go. But college kids don't learn. Curiosity eats you, especially when boredom sets in. We drove for hours into the farmland outside of the city, where the roads turned to gravel and cornfields swallowed the horizon. And then, just like the flyer promised, we saw it. Ferris wheels lit up the night sky, a glow of neon reds and greens humming over the stalks of corn. The parking lot was just an empty dirt patch. No staff, no tickets, just the gate. Inside, it was alive. Games lined the midway. Old-fashioned booths with hand-painted signs. Clowns in cracked makeup juggled glowing pins. Children with cotton candy skipped past us, but the candy wasn't pink or blue. It was gray, like smoke spun into sugar. The rides moved too fast, their gears screeching like they hadn't been oiled in decades. The Ferris wheel spun without stopping, people getting on and off mid-motion, like they couldn't afford to wait. And above all of it was this music, shrill, warped, like it was struggling to hold a tune. The strangest thing, no one acknowledged us. Not the kids, not the carnies, not other guests. It's like we weren't really there. Chris wanted to try a game, so he walked up to the ring toss. The carny smiled, teeth yellowed, eyes too wide, and handed him a single ring. "First one's free," he said. Chris threw. The ring clattered, missing completely, but the bottle still tipped over. The carny handed him a prize, a stuffed bear, but the fur was wet. Chris took it, gave a fake smile, and said thanks, and threw it away at the first trash can we could find. The deeper we walked into the carnival, the stranger it got. The carousel didn't have horses. It had people. wooden carvings of screaming faces, bodies twisted into grotesque poses, their hands frozen mid-reach. They moved up and down, forever caught between galloping and falling. Maya swore one of the faces looked exactly like her. Same eyes, same chipped tooth. And then there was the Hall of Mirrors. Jordan stepped inside first, laughing. Bet this one's free too. The moment he crossed the threshold, the laughter stopped. We followed. But the mirrors didn't show us as we are. They showed other versions of us. Me with hollow eyes. Chris, skin peeling like paper. Maya, covered in ash, her mouth stitched shut. And Jordan, smiling, but a terrible, disgusting smile. We stumbled back out into the midway, shaken. The distorted music had slowed down, dragging on, and that's when the ash started to fall. At first, I thought it was snow, but it smelled smoky, and it burned a little bit when it touched my skin. The carnival goers didn't notice. They kept walking, laughing, riding the rides, but their faces were melting, peeling away, revealing bone underneath. The Ferris wheel became old and rusty. All the tents collapsed into heaps of smoldering cloth. The children with cotton candy were chewing handfuls. The children with cotton candy were eating handfuls of gray dust. The children's cotton candy turned into gray dust. And all the while, the music played. We ran back through the cornfield, ash stinging our throats. The lights dimmed behind us, the music fading. We didn't stop until we reached the car. But when we slammed the doors and looked back to the field, there was nothing. No lights, no tents, just miles of corn swaying in the night. That was 3 months ago. Chris won't talk about it. Maya avoids mirrors. And Jordan wakes up screaming at the sound of carnival music. And me, I found another flyer taped to my window this morning. One night only. Carnival of Ashes, backed by high demand. It's been months since the desert, months since the carnival, and still, none of us can sleep right. The same four of us, me, Jordan, Maya, and Chris, tried to move on. School, work, parties, pretend nothing happened. But the flyers keep showing up. Always different names, different promises. The rave, the carnival, the festival, same style, same gray ink that smudges your fingers when you touch it. We didn't know what it was that was inviting us to all these weird places out in the middle of nowhere, and why it chose us to go. Was it choosing other people? We didn't know. But then Maya started digging. She found a pattern. Maya found old message boards of archived threads, people describing the exact same events going back decades. A bonfire rave in the Mojave, 1996. A traveling carnival that showed up in Nebraska, 1978. Even a story from 1951 about a roaming circus where the cotton candy tasted like smoke. Every story ended the same, and every account of the reported stories. There were always 4 people. Always 4. 2 weeks ago, we got another flyer. This one was taped to Maya's dorm room. No logo, no contact, just 4 words. The Syndicate of Smoke awaits. Directions led to an abandoned airstrip an hour outside of the city. We swore we weren't going. We swore we were done. But the night it was supposed to happen, Chris was gone. No call, no text, just gone. His car was missing from the lot. We thought maybe he went to the airstrip, so we followed him. The airstrip was covered in fog. Not natural fog, but the same burning ash that had fallen at the carnival. Rows of abandoned rides sat like skeletons, their metal frames bent and rusting. Tents collapsed in heaps, lit from the inside by a dull orange glow. And the people, hundreds of them, standing in silence, not dancing, not talking, just waiting for something. Their eyes empty, their faces smeared with ash like war paint, staring at a stage. And at the center of the stage was Chris. Chris wasn't tied up. He wasn't drugged. He was smiling. "They chose me," he said. His voice wasn't his. Too deep, too hollow. "Every generation they choose 4. 1 to stay, 3 to run. That's the game." Behind him, the ash swirled. Behind him, the ash swirled, forming shapes of carnival rides, desert fires, and screaming faces in the smoke. All the places we'd been, replayed in the haze. Jordan whispered, "It's all connected. It's the same thing." And then Chris looked right at us, like he had some sense left in him. And he said, "You shouldn't have come." The crowd started moving, not towards the stage, but towards us. Ash pouring from their mouths, their eyes glowing like coals. We ran, past the tents, past the rustling rides, stumbling through the fog that burned our skin. Behind us, we heard that same music again from the carnival, the same warped tune echoing across an empty airstrip. We made it back to the car. We drove until the ash thinned, until the glow of city lights broke the horizon. But Chris wasn't with us, and he never followed us back. No one believes us, and there's no trace of Chris. His name isn't even on the school roster anymore. It's like he never existed. But I know the truth. The Syndicate of Smoke is real. They've been here for decades, maybe centuries. They put on their shows, raves, carnivals, and other festivals, and they take who they need. And if you see a flyer that promises the best night of your life, burn it. Because once you go, some of you don't come back. There are many rumors about a well located in a small town. One of the rumors was that a man had thrown a coin inside of it and listened to see how far the coin went down. Legend says he never heard the coin land. Allegedly, others have tried it and reported the same thing. Some other people think it could be a gateway to another world, a portal to something not meant for human eyes. Out of all the urban legends about this well, though, the most chilling story was that if you leaned in too close and stared into the abyss too hard, something would stare back at you. For years, the well remained undisturbed. But like all forgotten things, curiosity eventually found its way back. One night, a group of local teenagers, drunk on adrenaline and cheap liquor, decided to put that legend to the test. They had spent the evening daring each other to complete reckless stunts, and when the conversation shifted to the well, they knew there was only way to prove their bravery. With flashlights flickering in the cold night air, they stumbled through the trees, laughter masking the slight hesitation each one felt deep down. When they reached the clearing, the well stood before them, half buried under vines and moss, a relic of something ancient. Its circular stone structure was cracked, aged by time, but the opening remained ominous, blacker than the night itself. One of them, a boy named Kyle, smirked and stepped forward. "Let's settle this once and for all." He picked up a small stone, held it over the darkness, and let it drop. The group listened. Seconds passed, then more, but no sound ever came. The silence stretched unnaturally, a suffocating feeling. They laughed nervously, but their unease grew when the group didn't hear anything. They then challenged Kyle to look inside, to stare into the abyss. Kyle leaned over, his face inches from the void. A sharp gasp escaped his lips. He jerked back violently, stumbling onto the damp ground. His eyes were wide, wild, his breathing ragged. "Something's down there," he whispered, voice barely audible. "I swear it was looking at me." All the boys scoffed at his reaction, but before they could pull him to his feet, a low sound rumbled from the well. It was faint at first, almost like a distant breath. Then it became a whisper. Then it became several voices speaking at once, indistinguishable from each other, yet insidious altogether. Then the whisper turned into a growl. Something moved in the darkness. Not the wind, not an animal. Something else. The flashlight beams waved as the group stepped back in terror. A shadow, darker than the bottom of the lowest parts of the well, began to rise from the well itself. It had no form, no shape, just an all-consuming blackness that pulsed with hate. Kyle screamed. He scrambled backwards, but it was too late. The darkness stretched out, tendrils coiling around his ankles. Before anyone could react, he was yanked forward. He clawed at the dirt, his nails digging into the earth as he shrieked. The others lunged, grabbing his arms, pulling with every ounce of strength that they had. But the well was stronger. With a final scream, Kyle was pulled into the abyss. His scream echoed for only a moment before being swallowed by the eternal silence of the well. The others ran. They didn't stop until they reached town, breathless, shaking, unwilling to look back. They told the police, but no one believed them. The town has remained silent about it, but the legend has continued, being whispered about behind closed doors, passed down to those who would listen. But one thing was certain: no one ever went looking for that well again. A group of college friends were on a road trip through the thick forested area in the Pacific Northwest. The dense trees loomed over the narrow, winding road, casting long shadows under the fading sunlight. The group was laughing and reminiscing about their college experiences, but they were also really enjoying the isolation and freedom of the open road. They had been driving for a while without seeing another car when their headlights illuminated something strange. There was a person, and they were standing at the edge of their eyesight in the road. It was a man, barefoot, dressed in an old-fashioned suit that looked decades out of place. His pale face turned towards them, and his sunken eyes seemed to have a gleam in the reflection of the headlights. The friends debated stopping. Although he wasn't flagging them down or showing them any signs of distress, the sight of him gave everybody an uneasy feeling. Ultimately, curiosity won out, and they pulled over feet ahead of him. "Are you okay?" one of them called out to him through the window. The man stepped forward slowly, his movements slightly stiff and mechanical. When he spoke, his voice was hollow, almost echoing. "I need a ride," he said. Every instinct screamed at them to drive away, but leaving him here alone just felt wrong. After a tense pause, they opened the back door to let him in. The man didn't offer much conversation, just vague mentions of needing to get back and where something had ended. He clutched a small book in his hands, refusing to let it go. As they drove on, the mood in the car shifted. The air grew heavier, and a sense of dread seeped into the group. The man sat silently, staring straight ahead, his presence unsettling, yet impossible to ignore. One of the friends, a guy named Jake, tried to lighten the mood. "So, where are you headed?" he asked with a forced cheerfulness. The man turned his head slowly, his eyes locking onto Jake's. "Back where it ended," he said, his voice chillingly calm. The friends exchanged nervous glances, but said nothing to each other. The forest felt darker, even though it was still 7 p.m. The road was becoming more winding, and the man's presence became increasingly oppressive in their minds. Suddenly, the GPS they had been following closed out by itself. They tried to reopen it, but it wouldn't work. It just kept closing out. They were now driving blind through the dense woods. After what felt like an eternity, they approached a clearing. In the middle of these dark, desolate woods stood a church. The man spoke for the first time in miles. "This is the place," he said, his tone filled with finality. Without waiting for a response, he opened the car door and stepped out. The friends watched as he walked towards the church, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the structure. "Should we follow him?" one of them asked. But the group collectively decided against it. Most of them wanted to leave and put as much distance between themselves and that place as possible. They couldn't just leave him though, so they all got out to find him. The area around the church was eerily silent. They could not even hear the sound of animals, crickets, or anything. They all went towards the church and went in. The church looked like it had been abandoned for some time. Everything was still there, but it was covered in dust and spiderwebs. It's like the people that used to attend this church left in a hurry and never looked back. They looked around, but they never found the man. When they left the church, it was suddenly pitch black outside. They had only been in there for a few minutes, but now the moon was high in the sky. They all walked in haste to get to the car to get out of there. As they turned the car around, the headlights briefly illuminated the church's broken stained glass windows. In the flicker of light, they all saw the same thing. A crowd of pale faces pressed against the glass, watching them intently. Terrified, they sped away, not stopping until they reached the next town. They told the story to the locals, only to be met with grim expressions. "That church burned down 50 years ago," one old man explained. "It was full of people at the time. No one made it out alive. They say the spirits linger, and every now and then, there are stories that someone finds a hitchhiker that says they're going back to where it ended." A group of friends were on their way to a secluded cabin in the Appalachian Mountains for a weekend getaway. The drive was long, winding through dense forests and narrow, forgotten roads. They had rented a place deep in the woods, far from cell service and the chaos of city life. As they laughed and talked about their plans for the weekend, the road twisted into darkness. The only light came from their headlights, cutting through the thick fog that had suddenly rolled in. The road narrowed even more, until finally they spotted an old wooden bridge. This bridge was the only way to cross the deep ravine below. The bridge looked ancient, the wood warped and rotting in places, but their GPS insisted this was the only route. As they approached, they noticed something strange. A young boy stood at the entrance of the bridge, his clothes ragged, his face pale, with no expression. His eyes seemed too dark, almost hollow. He stood motionless, staring at them. The friends exchanged nervous glances. "Where did he come from?" one of them asked. "There's nothing out here for miles," another whispered. Despite their growing unease, they couldn't just drive past a child standing alone in the middle of nowhere. One of them rolled down the window. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The boy didn't respond. He only raised a single finger and pointed right at them. That was enough. The driver gripped the wheel and said, "Nope, nope, nope," before slowly maneuvering around the boy and driving onto the bridge. As the car rolled forward, an ear-splitting scream erupted from behind them. It wasn't the sound of a child, though. It was deeper, twisted, inhuman. Panic set in. The driver slammed the accelerator, desperate to get off the bridge. The old planks creaked and groaned beneath the weight of the car, but they didn't care. Then the headlights flickered as they were driving at high speed. For a moment, everything went dark. When the lights came back on, the boy was standing directly in front of the car. The driver swerved violently, barely avoiding him, and the car skidded on the solid ground as the tires gripped on the other side of the bridge. No one dared to look back. They finally reached the cabin in complete silence. No one spoke of what they had seen. No one wanted to. But in the back of their minds, they all knew something was terribly wrong. That night, sleep did not come easily. The wind howled through the trees, and the wooden walls of the cabin creaked as though they were breathing. Then, at exactly 3:07 a.m., a single knock echoed through the cabin. No one moved. Another knock. Then, a child's voice. "You shouldn't have crossed. You shouldn't have crossed the bridge." The door flung open, even though no one had touched it. The night swallowed the cabin in darkness, and the screams of the friends joined the whispers of the forest. The next day, the owner of the cabin went by to say hi to the group of friends who had rented the cabin. When they approached the property, they noticed that the front door was open. They walked in and looked around, looking for their customers, but they noticed the cabin was empty. The beds were unmade, the car still parked outside, but the friends were gone, vanished without a trace. Days later, a local hiker passed by the old wooden bridge and saw something strange. 5 new carvings had appeared in the bridge's wooden planks. Each one had a name. It was the name of all of the friends who had rented the cabin. And at the edge of the bridge, a boy stood, waiting for the next travelers to cross. Hey, Spooky Sooner here. Next stories we have coming up are Dates from Hell, Part 2, Creepy Roommate Stories, Part 2. I hope you guys like the Nightmare on Elm Street story. Nightmare on Elm Street was one of my favorite movies when I was younger, so I enjoyed writing that one. That was pretty fun. I was thinking about doing Friday the 13th stories, things like that. If you guys like stuff like that, just let me know in the comments. If you have any recommendations or you want me to narrate stories that you have created or to take a look at and then I can modify them, let me know. Or if you just hear some great story that you want me to narrate, I can do that as well. Till next time. Be careful when you're in the woods driving and stay spooky. They din. Something moved into darkness. Something moved into dark, into the dark. Something moved into darkness. A group of college friends were on a road trip through a thick. The man stepped forward shortly. Shoot. Oh, hey. Are you loud enough? Am I being loud enough? He clutched a small, tattered book. The air felt heavier, and a sense of dread seeped into the group's mind. And the man's presence became increasingly oppressive. That church burned down a long time ago, one old man explained. It was full of people at the time. No one made it out alive because they were trapped by someone locking them inside. We don't know who or why they were locked in, but there was a shovel that was in place locking the front doors. They say the spirits still linger there, and every now and then there are stories that someone finds a hitchhiker that says they're going back to where it ended. There's an old rest stop off I-40, somewhere between Amarillo and Albuquerque. No signs leading to it. Just a single exit ramp that doesn't show up on GPS. Most people would pass it without ever noticing. But for those who stop, it's always the same story. The building's nothing special. 2 vending machines, a faded picnic table, a single restroom with a flickering light overhead. Just one mirror above the sink, wide and spotless, despite the dust and grime coating everything else. And that's where the legend begins. They say if you stop there between midnight and 3 a.m., when the highway is dead silent, and you stand in front of the mirror, something strange happens. The lights won't flicker like normal. They'll go out completely, just for a second, and when they come back on, your reflection won't be doing what you're doing. It'll stare at you, and then smile. Not a normal smile, something wider, unnatural, like it knows something you don't. But if you look away or leave the room, you're fine. It's just a freaky moment to tell your friends later. But if you touch the mirror, even by accident, the rules change. You don't walk out. It does. That's what happened to a trucker named Joel a few summers ago. He was ahead of schedule and pulled off to take a leak, stretch his legs. His dash cam caught him pulling off the highway, but he never got back on. State troopers found his rig 2 days later, engine still warm, door wide open, and in the mirror inside the cab, the little one on the visor. There was something there. You could still see Joel. Only the background behind him wasn't the highway. It was that nasty little rest stop bathroom, like he was trapped inside of it. No sign of him anywhere else. But the craziest part? The dash cam showed something climbing into his cab 20 minutes after Joel went inside. Something that looked just like him, moved like him, even waved at the camera as it drove away. If you ever stop at a rest area that isn't on your Google Maps, the place is a little too quiet, the mirror's a little too clean when everything else is disgusting. Whatever you do, don't touch the glass. Everyone around here knows about the traveling carnival that rolls through every summer. It's not the big budget kind. No flashy ads. No famous rides. Just a few rusted attractions. Some cheap lights. And the smell of fried batter lingering in the air. When you're bored in a small town, it's something to do. There's that one ride that's been at the center of local rumors for years. A towering free-fall drop ride called Devil's Drop. The kind that slowly drags you up, then slams you down fast enough to steal your stomach. It wasn't always part of the carnival. No one even knows who operates it. It just showed up one year, tucked in the far corner of the lot, away from the games, the music, and the crowd. And that's when the rumors started. Kids say if you ride it after midnight, strange things happen. It only runs a certain number of people, and you don't hear normal ride sounds. No gears, no hydraulics, just wind. Cold, unnatural wind, even in the heat of July. If you're unlucky enough to ride it alone after dark, you don't always come back the same. Rumors have it, a girl named Kayla rode it once. She was dared to go alone after the fireworks ended. Her friends watched her go up, laughing from below. But when the ride dropped, Kayla didn't scream. She didn't even flinch. She just sat there at the bottom, wide-eyed, pale, and smiling in this weird, stiff way. She wouldn't talk. She wouldn't blink. She just kept saying, "It's still falling," over and over again. Her parents pulled her from school the next week. Nobody saw her again after that. Some say the ride doesn't drop you into a physical world, that you fall into a different place, some kind of between space where time breaks and things whisper in your ear that sound like your own voice. And if you look down while you're falling, you don't see the fairground below. You just see a pit, endless, dark, and full of faces that look just like yours. Every summer, someone dares someone else to ride Devil's Drop alone after midnight. And every summer, something happens to them. No matter how much you're pressured, don't ride Devil's Drop. You won't come back the same. Everyone in town knows about Whistler Park. It shut down years ago. Some say because of lawsuits, others say it was an accident. But no one ever knows what happened. It's all rumors. But it's just there, still standing, fenced off and half swallowed by trees and other brush. But if you ask any of the older kids, they'll tell you that the rides still run at night. They say the lights come on randomly, usually around 2 or 3 in the morning. No music, just the hum of electricity and the slow grind of old machinery. Locals call it the wake, when the park wakes up on its own. Some people film it from the hill off Route 17. There are videos online. Carousel spinning by itself. The roller coaster inching up the track. Bumper cars slamming into each other like someone's driving them. all with no one inside. But the weirdest stories come from the ones who sneak in. Like this one group last summer, 3 teens who wanted a viral video. They planned it out. They were going to climb the fence. They brought headlamps, a drone, and some GoPros. They live streamed the first half, joking around, riding rides, and having a great time. Then they broke into the old fun house and dared each other to go in. And that's when the stream cut. Police found 2 of them walking barefoot on the highway the next morning. Clothes ripped, faces blank. They couldn't answer questions. They just kept repeating, "We never got off the ride. We never got off the ride. We never got off the ride." The 3rd kid, he's still missing. The rumor is they got on one of the rides after the fun house, and once they strapped in, they couldn't get off the ride. It just kept going over and over again. There's even rumor about a 4th ride that nobody ever saw. Apparently, it's hidden in the back, behind a tilt-a-whirl, past a door that's blocked off. They say if you find it, don't sit down. Don't touch the control panel, because once the ride starts, it'll never end. Tourists don't believe the stories. They laugh about it. But the locals, we don't go near Whistler Park after dark. Not because we're scared of ghosts or something, but because we know there's something wrong with it. It doesn't have power. The power was severed years ago. But the rides always come on, 2 or 3 at night. It's just a matter of time before more tourists are lured in to see what's going on at Whistler Park. We were supposed to have the best weekend of our lives. 4 of us, me, Ryan, Jess, and Mariah, crammed into Ryan's old Honda Civic with a trunk of bags and a bunch of beer. The plan was simple. Drive 6 hours to a well-known spring break hotspot on the coast, check into a budget hotel, and party until we couldn't remember our names. Everything went fine at first. The music was blasting, windows were down, and the sun was setting in streaks of red and gold. When we finally reached our destination, something was weird. The streets were supposed to be packed with kids our age, but were empty. Stores were closed, the Broadway signs, the boardwalk lights flickered like they hadn't been replaced in a long time. Ryan laughed it off. I guess we're early. Everyone's probably at the bars. So we found our hotel, the Bayview Inn. It wasn't on any of the Google searches that we checked, but the neon vacancy sign was glowing like a beacon. We were tired, broke, and figured it would do. The man at the front desk looked uncanny. He smiled too wide. It looked like he had too many teeth. His eyes never blinked while we were standing there. Not once. He slid 4 old-fashioned brass keys across the counter. Top floor. Rooms are ready. The view of the water is unforgettable. Jess whispered to me that she didn't like the way that guy said that. But Ryan just grabbed the keys and led the way. The top floor looked abandoned. Dusty carpet with flickering lights. Every door was shut tight, except ours. Inside, though, surprisingly, the room was pristine. Fresh sheets, stock mini fridge, even some champagne on ice. It was way too good for $60 a night. Mariah joked that maybe we gotten lucky. But after a few drinks that night, we started to hear noises. Music. Faint at first, but then it got louder. Ryan opened the door, expecting to see a hallway full of drunk kids. But instead, the corridor was packed wall to wall with people in old-fashioned party clothes, tuxedos, gowns, and sequined masks. They were all dancing, but their faces were pale, stretched, almost waxy. One by one, they stopped dancing and turned to look at us. We slammed the door shut, locked it, and pushed the dresser against it. But the music kept getting louder. We could feel it in the floorboards, coming through our feet, going to all of our bones. Jess started screaming and said something about the mirror. I turned. The mirror looked like it was rippling, like it was made of water. Faces pushed through from the other side of the mirror. Pale faces. Some of the partygoers that we had seen. Their hands were reached out. We grabbed our stuff and got out through the window, going down the fire escape as fast as we could. When we got to the car, we threw our bags in as quickly as possible and all jumped in. As we turned the car on, the headlights came on as well, pointing at the hotel we were just in. But there was just a lot covered in weeds and ruins of a burning building. We all looked at each other, not understanding what just happened. Did we have some kind of mass hallucination? Since we had everything, we pulled out of the parking lot. We finally stepped at a gas station about an hour later, and no one said a word. We were too disturbed about what we had just experienced. The attendant raised his eyebrow when he saw our faces. "Let me guess," he said. "You kids were trying to stay at Bayview?" We all froze. He shook his head. "That place burned down in 1973. The whole top floor went up during a masquerade ball. Everyone died. But every spring, kids like you show up and swear they stayed the night. Consider yourselves lucky you left before sunrise." None of us spoke for the rest of the drive. But here's the part I can't understand. When I unpacked at home, I found a mask in my bag. An old, cracked porcelain mask used at masquerade balls. Still damp, like someone had just taken it off. I don't usually leave reviews for hotels, but if I did, this one would have been 1 star. And not because of the bed sheets or the service. I was driving through Nevada last summer when I got too tired to keep going. Middle of the desert, pitch black outside. I pulled off at the first motel I saw. It wasn't even on my GPS, just a faded sign that said, "Rooms available." Inside, the lobby was lit by a single lamp. An older man sat behind the desk, smiling too wide. His skin looked almost stretched, like it didn't quite fit. "Traveling alone?" he asked, before I could even give him my ID. I didn't like that, but I nodded. He slid me a key without even swiping my card. "Room 12, top floor. The elevator's broken, so you have to take the stairs." Room 12 looked fine at first. A little dusty, but I've stayed in worse. There was a decent 32-inch TV, a stiff mattress, an AC rattling like it was an old truck. But the bathroom mirror, it was covered in handprints, small ones, too small to belong to any adult. I tried wiping them off with a towel, but they didn't fade, like they weren't on the surface, but inside the glass itself. Around midnight, I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, dragging. At first, I thought someone was drunk, maybe another guest, but the longer it went on, the more I realized they weren't just walking to their room. They were pacing, back and forth, right outside my door. I checked the peephole. I didn't see anything though. Just an empty hallway. I backed up, turned on the TV to drown out the sound, and nearly jumped out of my skin. On the screen wasn't a channel though, but a live feed from the hotel's hallway camera. The pacing figure was right there, standing in front of my door. The only problem is when I tried to look again, the hallway itself was still empty. I didn't sleep. I just sat in bed, watching that screen, watching that figure move back and forth over and over again. It did stop once and moved closer to the camera until it was only inches away. I woke up and the sun was up. I must have fallen asleep. I grabbed my bag and got out of there. The lobby was empty. There was no clerk. There was no sign anyone had been here. The guest book was blank, every page empty. I rushed outside, only to realize that there was no second floor. No room 12. Just a single row of ground level doors. When I looked back, the motel sign was gone too. Just desert and a broken post. It seems that I had stayed at an abandoned hotel in the desert. Sometimes at night, when I'm flipping through the channels, I catch static that lasts a little too long, and if I stare at it, I swear I see that hallway again, and someone standing just outside my door. I travel for work more than I'd like to admit. Hotels all start to blur together after a while. Same beige walls, same scratchy blankets, same continental breakfast with rubber eggs. But there's one trip I'll never forget. It was last winter. I was driving through Arizona, exhausted after back-to-back meetings. I booked a small hotel just off the interstate. Nothing fancy, just a place to crash for the night. When I pulled in, the parking lot was half empty. The neon sign buzzed and flickered like it hadn't been serviced in years. Inside, the lobby was clean, but strangely quiet. The clerk behind the desk barely looked at me. Just slid over a key card and said, "Room 6, end of the hall." His voice was flat, rehearsed. When I walked down the hallway, I noticed something weird right away. The numbers went 2, 4, 6, 8. But where was room 5? There was a door there, but no number plate. Just a faint rectangle where one must have been ripped off. My room was fine at first glance. The bed was made, TV bolted to the dresser. The bathroom was stocked with tiny soaps. But something felt weird. The air was heavier than it should have been. As I unpacked, I noticed something strange. There was a connecting door to the missing room, room 5. Hotels often have adjoining doors, but this one didn't have a handle on my side, like it wasn't meant to be open. I shrugged it off. Fatigue makes you imagine things. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not the ice machine. Not footsteps in the hall. No. It was whispering. Coming through the door to room 5. I pressed my ear against it. It was a woman's voice. Too soft to make out words, but steady. Like a lullaby. When I flipped on the light, it stopped. The next morning, I asked the clerk about the missing room. He froze for a second before forcing a smile. Some rooms are under renovation. His eyes didn't match his words. Since I didn't have to be at my destination for a little bit, I figured I'd go see the town and stay one more night, at least. I was getting curious about room 5 for some reason. Almost an obsession. What was in that room, and why was I drawn to it so much? Later that night, I tried to sleep again, but the whispers came back. this time louder, almost pleading. I could hear scratching too, fingernails dragging down the other side of the door. I shouted for it to stop. The sound cut off immediately, but then from the other side, I heard my own voice whisper back, "You stop." By the third day, I was done. I barely slept, barely ate. I packed my things and went to check out. It was a different clerk when I went to go check out, and he looked really confused when I handed him my key. "Sir, we don't put anyone in room 6. That section's been closed off for years." I asked, "Why? What happened?" The clerk told me that room 5 and 6 were the site of a grisly family murder. There was a family that shared the adjoining rooms, and someone broke in. The parents were in one room, and the kids were in the other, connected by the adjoining door. Late one night, somebody broke into their room to rob them. But something happened. The dad tried to fight back, and that's when the robber decided to take them all out. He took the parents out first, and then figured out the adjoining door led to the kids, and then he took the kids out too. He grabbed all the valuables he could before he left, and was never seen again. So we closed off room 5, and room 6 isn't supposed to be checked in. Did you hear any whispers when you were in there? Yeah, I did. What was that? The whispers are from the kids. It's been reported before, which is why we don't put anybody in that room. It freaks them out too much. So I'm surprised somebody gave you the key. I drove away that morning, still shaking. But sometimes at night, when I'm in yet another beige hotel room, I hear whispers in the vents. And every so often, when I glance in the mirror, just for a split second, I can see that adjoining door behind me, slowly swinging open.